Hello friends, my name is RagePanda1 and we are here with a stream to talk about stuff that is annoying. And let me tell you something, there's plenty of annoying stuff going on exactly right now in the game. Oh look, I have signed into the game during the Orast clan summoning event only to find the Gultung. It's fine. It's fine. Look, they're little wolfy boys. They're cool, right? They're really good. Clan trait's awesome. Why would anybody be mad that they did this? I have heard some people say. And I'll tell you why. Because they gave us a schedule that we could plan our spending around. And then they went and, I don't know. They went and cockblocked us. They said, oh, you really like that Galabar. They're really good. You spent all your stones. Here's another really good one. Good luck. Good luck, you can't afford it now. Pay me. I'm super mad about Gultung. Michael Painter, who says, not mad about getting Gultung, mad about the timing. And the reason that I am mad about it is because they specifically set out a calendar for us so that we could make good decisions. And by the way, they instantly changed something on that calendar the first time they released events on it. And now we're on the second week, and they've even, again, changed what they were going to do. And this time it's a major thing. I really wanted Gultung, and now because I planned based on what they said, I don't get to do that. So it's a bait and switch situation, and I don't think anybody should be supporting this. I think nobody should spend $1, and I think that nobody should even summon on it. I have like 200 and something summons on my free-to-play account, and I would love to have Gultung, and I ain't gonna do it out of solidarity for my friends. Because if I go and summon on that, and I encourage you guys to go and summon on that and spend on that, they're gonna keep doing a bunch of bullcrap like this, and everybody's gonna be real mad about it. So when you see the gaming industry doing some bullcrap that you don't agree with, it is very important that you don't support it saying, oh, well, it won't matter. If I just do this, it doesn't matter. It's just me. It won't matter. They won't notice. If I skip it, nothing will change. That's right. But if everybody skips it, you better believe it'll change. And that's never going to happen again. Now, maybe they just weren't smart enough to put the Orast back in there. Maybe they just forgot how to do it. And that's why we're getting this glitched half event. I don't know. Maybe it is. Steven Sullivan says, what if they switch the Devala event? I got news for you. If they switch the Devala event, we should pick up as a community and move to a different game. Because they've been dangling that carrot since October, talking about how you can buy one mythic for $50 and buy all these champion shards for like $5 a shard. Yeah, if they're going to keep that up and they do not follow through on Devala, then I straight up believe that people should quit the game. And I don't want to say that because guess what quitting the game does? It murders my baby. My channel will die if that happens. And still, I think it's probably the best course of action if they can't follow through on that one simple promise. Oh, Jimmy Horatio says, all right, no, not November it is. Let's hold on till Devala. Any leads on a new game? Yeah, there's plenty. Tons of them. Absolutely tons of them. And there's a lot of them that are really good. There's some that are even new and good. But I still think that this game has a whole lot of value to it. And now that I've gotten a little bit of it out of my system, I also want to have us temper our resentment a little bit into the right direction because I do have some news on that. I do indeed have some news on that. I have been informed from an inside source how this actually ended up taking place. And you're not going to believe it. The person who made the calendar was, number one, forced to make the calendar, which is not even part of their job duties. And then since they made the calendar and this is different, and so it looks bad for Goat Games, then they got in trouble for making that calendar. Oh, let me catch up on the chat. There's a lot of chats going on. Michael Painter says I might end up getting enough from the Clan Story event. If they do the refund of the aborted Valentine's Day, then yeah. Oh, that's another thing. The Valentine's Day Battle Pass that people only had like half of. Then you pay and you don't get to put your points in. Or even if you didn't pay, you end up with materials left that you never got to put your points in. And then you're on this stuff. And then customer service says, yeah, well, to heck with you. How about that? Catch me outside. But, you know, I don't know. What I do know is that we need to be mad at the right people. All right? Imagine this is a movie. And in the movie, there is a group of people who have this project that they really love. Let's say they're a group of scientists or something. Make it fun for yourself. What kind of movie you like? Put yourself in that world. There's a group of good guys, and they're working on a project. But in order to make their project, they need funding, right? So in comes the evil, shadowy figure in the dark suit talking about, you're going to do exactly what I want or I'm going to pull the funding and blah, 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 blah. Now, I have reports that say that is exactly what happened here. The people who love the game and care about the game are trying to build respect for the company, and then one of their executives that they can't say no to came in and said, you're changing this last minute. I don't care. Make it happen now. And so they did. And they had to. So don't love that. You know, not my favorite thing. But hey, if we don't support it and they make zero money during this period, then perhaps that jackhole will lose his job. Wouldn't that be good? Executives can get fired just like anybody else. Wouldn't it be great if they lost a whole bunch of money and that guy was no longer around? I think it would. What's up, Steel Spartan, my dude? We got Unease Elm in the chat. We got Silent Tetrapod. That looks like Kalaris. Is that you? Did you change your name on me? Is that what's happened here? That looks like the same profile picture. Michael Painter says, so in other words, every time EA buys out a game development house. Correct. Exactly, yes. That is the thing. That is the way. I think he deserves to lose his job, whoever was responsible for that decision. Oh, it's Shane Wilson. What's up, my friend? I did not know that you were Gehenna. And now I do. Final State says, I'm curious about what the exec thought it was accomplishing. I can tell you. If you look at my website, and I'm not saying that this is because of me. I'm saying that this is the influence the community has, so I'm referencing my carbon footprint of that. I'm not saying that this is because of me or that they care what I'm saying. But what I have been saying is that Steadfast is really good, Gultung's really good, really wish I wouldn't have missed that. The one I can't wait to see come back is the Gultung. I'm definitely going to summon on that. I've been saying this for weeks. And so Mr. Moneybags over here, he's looking at it, he's like, well, we've got this sandwich here, and one loaf of the bread, one slice of the bread is the Galabar clan, what everyone just summoned on, and that's really fun, and anybody who didn't summon on that is definitely summoning on the Devala. So what we should do is, instead of putting this fat slab of beef in between those summons that nobody's really going to care about or spend on, we should put the second most desired thing back in so that it is the most encouraging to people to spend more money. That's it. That's the whole reason it was a shinier carrot to dangle in front of our face so that we would spend more dollar bills in their purchasing store. That's all it is. That's all it is. They can say it's not that all they want, but it has to be. The simplest solution is most often the case, and that to me sounds like the simplest solution was that an executive was greedy. I feel like it's not a stretch to assume that an executive was greedy. Uh-oh. We're going to have to lose somebody who ain't been playing. Oh, we got more than... I don't think I can ever get rid of Boom Tits. That name makes me giggle. Sorry, Callum. my friend. If you do come back to the game, then I sure would like you to apply again, and you'll be welcome to join. But for now, we're going to have people what is playing the game in the guild. Hope that makes sense. Jess says that money was the wanted accomplishment for sure. I agree. What's my best nuke team? I don't really build nuke teams so much. I mean, the same nuke team that everybody builds, I guess, is what I would recommend if you were looking for one. Which is standard stuff, but it's boring. My biggest team right now, well, currently I have the male Galabar in there just because I was testing it, but that's not what I would normally use. But these four are likely to stay in my main team. And I don't know who I'm going to put in for the last spot permanently. I might get rid of female Devala. I just am sick of her. I do really like the male Dravapala that I would like to put in my main team, but I don't like using him with male Tidestorm. So a little tweaking needs to happen. I don't know. A lot of these things that I've been leveling up lately have just been for testing purposes for the newer events, so that I can show you guys on videos how they actually operate. But the things that I really like to use are male Aeson. I like a good male Lume. Really enjoying the female Galabar and the male Samir so far. But, you know, I got to figure out exactly what my main team is going to be. Hello, Miranda, and welcome to the stream. Yeah, they are pulling a greedy thing. But remember, it's not the whole team, and that's the good news. So when you see this back and forth, a lot of people are going to say, well, they're only acting nice so that it's like an abusive relationship, and then we'll stay, and then they'll say, I'm not going to hurt you again. And then next thing you know, 3 weeks later, they hurt us again. And that's just the way it's going to keep going. I don't think that's the case. I think that executives like to come in and say whatever they say and be a jerk bag, and then they disappear for a while, and then the team starts to form the game the way that it should be, and then the executive comes back and he says, hey, now wait a minute, I had a really good idea of how we could just about rob people from all of their coins, and then he forces people to do that again. That's the way that I see it, or maybe that's just the way I'm choosing to see it. Not sure, but I don't know. For my own sanity. Hey, Jordan, he says you're welcome. Thanks, buddy. Can I please scroll over? Did you see that? Come on, game. Relax, bruh. I need some tank materials. Should I just pass up Ninthalor? No, I don't do that. That's rude. The $50 for 35 shards? What? Where? Where is it? Who did it? Which one of y'all kicked me in the face? Is it in here? I don't know where it would be in here. Value reward? The daily top-up? Let me check the daily top-up. Oh, hey, look at this. You can buy all this stuff. Cool. Don't ever do that. Alright, which daily offer are we talking about? That's right, the rage is on. We raging. Oh, daily top-up. That's not that one, is it? I don't know where I'm supposed to be looking, guys. I'm in a blind rage. Not really. It's fine. It's fine. Not this one, that's for sure. Michael Painter says, Kai, that's my hope too. I will be 50 of 60 between boxes, story event, and battle pass. Just need another 10 from somewhere else without having to summon it all. Look, I think that it's better as a community that we don't summon it all, but if you are a person who feels that you need to summon, or you just don't care about the thing, I'm not going to think less of you as a person. It's not like... we don't need to divide each other over it. So if you see somebody who's saying, yeah, well, I just want to do it, so I'm going to do it, just let them be happy, you know? I think it's worse for the community as a whole if they do that, but that doesn't mean that they should not be allowed to be happy. So, hope we're not starting too much of a revolution on that. Firewolf, hello. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not looking in the right spot, but I didn't see the 35 thing unless you're talking about these buying that little hooer thing. Season event, scroll down, value reward. Oh, see, that's the first thing I clicked on. That's what I thought you were talking about. This is the daily top up thing. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't care about the daily top up stuff that much. And these ones, you're getting a bunch of stones and stuff. If you were going to spend $10 anyway and you got this on top of it, it's whatever. But I don't think that these daily top up things are good for the game in general. Jimmy Horatio says he feels like he has the RNG down to a math. Well, that's good. Guardian defense is up, and they also misspelled defense, says Jordan. Oh, man. So we need to find a way to make the stream positive, because I'll tell you something. I'm feeling pretty negative right now. I've been working hard to support GOAT games whenever they make a good decision, and a lot of people question me on it and say, why would you do this after what they did with the Ha rule and blah, blah, blah. And maybe I'm just trying to stay positive and, like, you know, hope for a better future for myself, because my whole success right now is kind of tied to this game. I'm sure a couple of you would follow me to another game, but most of you wouldn't. You know how I know that? A lot of people don't watch my funny videos. And if there were that many people who were just here to support me, then those videos wouldn't be ranked 10 out of 10 of my last 10 videos. Not that anybody has to watch my videos. It's my job to make them enticing to the viewer, but still. Last time I sang a song, they gave me a copyright claim. So now I'm feeling like maybe I should stick to the songs that are in the public domain. But I don't know. I don't know. Steel Spartan says, tap the Fugan like button. Oh, I wish Fugan was one of my characters. That is one of the good names, that's for sure. So I tried to message Spy Fox, who won the last account review spin. He was on Discord, but I don't think I've gotten an answer back. Let me check. Nope, no answer back yet. So I was going to do an account review and then maybe just do my Dungeon Descent on my free-to-play, because I do need to do that tonight. Anyway, I know maybe it's not the most thrilling thing ever to look at, but he was there 10 minutes ago, and I messaged him in a direct message, and then he responded to something else on the main Discord and never answered me. Chris Hart says, is there any higher compliment than a copyright strike for singing on stream? Well, you know, the funny thing is that obviously these things get picked up by an algorithm. It's not like the artist is watching my stream and going, hey, wait a minute. I swear I wrote that song. But it was an Adele song. Now, I'm sure they got the algorithm tweaked pretty good, but that is a compliment. I passed the Turing test for sounding like Adele. That's not really how the Turing test works, but it's fun. You know, we're having fun. The old Gyalabos. I need exactly one. If I don't know, I might spend all of my diamonds right here, because I need exactly one companion shard, and then I'll have the companion. Are you guys thinking lucky thoughts for me? Are they going to turn this frown upside down right here, right now? They are not. They are definitively not going to do that. Oh, man. I could do 4 more and just waste a little of my diamonds. I think that's fine, right? All right. You want whiskey in a jar? I'll do whiskey in the jar. Is anybody going to be mad if I sing a song early in the stream? Hello, aromatic preference, and welcome to the fun. Doesn't sound like anybody's going to be mad if I do it. Sure, we'll lose a couple of viewers. Poor Snag is probably at work. All right. Grab the old guitar. Oh, I haven't sung this song in a while, and I've been working with a frequency thing where I am tuning to the A4 being 432 hertz, where normally in standard music these days they do 440. But I just thought I'd try it out. I feel like I hear a little bit of extra niceness in there, and I could be crazy, but I like it, and it's going to be hard to sing with it. I need to locate my phone so that I can tune the instrument. Oh no. Sorry, I'm being boring. It's fine. Alright, maybe I just don't tune the thing. How about that? Everybody's fine with that, right? It's probably close enough. I do not know Freebird, but also that would get instantly struck with the copyright claim. All right, hopefully I remember it, because, you know, you can't practice every song every day. Hey, welcome to Legendary, my friend. I enjoy seeing all of those little emblems by people's names. It warms my heart. I want to explain the clapping part, but I don't get to hear you guys clap. So, I don't know if there's any value in that. As I was going over the far-famed Kerry Mountains, I met with Captain Farrell and his money he was counting. First produced me pistol and then produced me rapier. Said stand and deliver, for you are the bold deceiver. Mushering dum-a-doo-dum-a-die. Back for the daddy-o, back for the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. I counted out his money and I put it in my pocket. Took it. I messed it up, guys. That's not the words. I knew it was gonna happen. Yes. We're back on track. Everybody erase this last 10 seconds from your memory. It's fine. I counted out his money and it made a pretty penny. I put it in my pocket and I took it home to Jenny. She sighed and she swore that she never would deceive me. The devil take the women, for they never can be easy. Mushering dum-a-doo-dum-a-die. Whack for the daddy-o, whack for the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. I went to me chamber, all for to take a slumber. I dreamt of gold and jewels, and for sure it was no wonder. Jenny took me charges and filled it out with water, and sent for Captain Farrell to be ready for my slaughter. Mushering dum-a-doo-dum-a-die. Whack for the daddy-o, whack for the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. 'Twas early in the morning before I rose to travel. Up came a band of footmen and likewise Captain Farrell. I first produced me pistol, for she'd stolen away me rapier. But I couldn't shoot the water, so a prisoner I was mushering, dum-a-doo, dum-a-die. Whack for the daddy-o, whack for the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Now some take delight in the carriages a-rollin', others take delight in the hurling and the bowling, but I take delight in the juice of the barley, and courting pretty fair maids in the morning, bright and early, mushering, dum-a-doo, dum-a-die. Whack for the daddy-o, whack for the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. If anyone could aid me, 'tis me brother in the army. If I could find his station in Cork or in Killarney, we would go roving through the mountains in Kilkenny, and I know he'd treat me better than my oldest sportin' Jenny, mushering, dum-a-doo, dum-a-die. Whack for the daddy-o, whack for the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. Mushering, dum-a-doo, dum-a-die. Whack for the daddy-o, whack for the daddy-o, there's whiskey in the jar. There you go. It's whiskey in the jar. We did it. Let me put my guitar away. Now, whoever requested that song, I want you to know something. That is a crazy random happenstance because, like I said, I was thinking I need to sing things that are in the public domain, and that was specifically the song that I had in mind. So whoever requested that, you and me, we got a connection. We're doing the, we got the ESPs and whatnot. Yeah, well, Do rap God? Not in the public domain. Something about sumalama doomalama, I know that. It's not real words at the beginning, and that's weird. Hey Traker, welcome to fun. It is time for fun time. This is what we do. We click defend and then we don't look at it because we don't care. It doesn't matter. Man, I love singing songs around a campfire. I do indeed. And whenever I have a family event, Christmas, the old turkey day gobble gobble, I always bring the git fiddle on over there and have a little party. My brother likes to sing along. And we used to be in a band. So we can kick out a tune here and there. It's Duke Nukem. When I was younger, I would play Duke Nukem, and it was really funny to me that if you looked at a wall and you pressed the interact button, you would just keep going, where is it? That made me laugh more than it should have. Hey, we got some stuff and some things from the stuff and things. All right, so how does everybody feel about the Gultung summoning? I want to know, are you planning to participate? I want to test the waters. Ricardo Gomez, he is watching at work. I hope you don't get in any trouble. I sure would prefer that you do not get in trouble. I've thought about busting out all of these companion summons for so long. And now that we've seen what they've come back with the companions, I feel like I should just do it. Redbeard says, I'm torn, I really want it, but I also don't want to support them, and I agree. I very much need Gultung, and on my free-to-play account, I could go summon right now and possibly even get the companion. And I'm holding back. Am I wasting my time, or are we all on the same page? Medieval Ballbuster says play through the fire and flames. I don't know if I can do solos that crazy. Sweep picking is a little bit of a... Sweep picking is weird because you have to like learn each different pattern and practice each different pattern. And I just never had the patience for it, you know? I can play a good solo, but when you get into the sweep picking specifically is the thing I never really learned. Ricardo Gomez says, I got 600 plus in companion, and the Gultung female seems really good, but I'm going to wait. I think waiting is good. It's good to see that the people are going to actually, hey, maybe Spy Fox would like to do that, that little account review. Jimmy, are you singing Rap God? That's what I'm reading right now, is that you're singing Rap God in text. Yes, I wanted Gultung so bad as well. And I'm telling you, if they do the same thing when it comes to Davala, we need to be raging in the streets. I'm telling you. All right, Spy Fox, I'm going to need your email sent to my DMs on the old Discord. Got to launch my account review instance of BlueStacks. Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're getting going on the account review. I know it's a little bit of a boring dead screen right now. If I had jokes, I would tell them. But it turns out I am just a man. And also all of my jokes are not appropriate for stream. You know, I'm a Tom Segura fan. What does that tell you? I don't tell clean jokes. Any other Tom Segura fans up in here? Feel free to tell your own dirty jokes. The only jokes are the packs. What do you call a magician without magic? Ian. How could you? The reason we're upset is because they switched Orast for Gultung, which is pretty much an obvious cash grab. They did it at the last second, even though they decided a few days ago. And while they said that their calendar is subject to change and all of this other stuff, they're doing it in a way that seems like a malicious cash grab. You know, if you're going to change anything, you should not be changing the stuff that we are making our biggest plans around. That's what I say. That is what I say. All right, let me get this login going. I wanted to do it before stream, but I was a little bit slow. It was my fault. To be honest with you, I was lacking motivation pretty hard today. Just feeling a little drained, especially after the horse doo-doo that they tried to pull. Or that they did pull, I should say. Email should be on its way. It generally goes into the spam folder. Man, the Diet Pepsi is coming back with a vengeance. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, Diet Pepsi. I'm trying to speak to the masses out here. Diet Pepsi does not understand how difficult public speaking can be. And I can see the lack of appreciation in its face. Oh, how many of you watched the last video? And if you watched it, do you like videos like that? Are those enjoyable to you when I'm just making joke skis and there's absolutely no educational value? Because I like making them. Jimmy Horatio says, let's play South Park Phone Destroyer. What is that even? I don't even know what that is. I do not understand. Yeah, they updated both of them. I think that the Scorching Fire people look better. And they got their new animations. Aromatic Preferences watched it. See, somebody likes my dumb jokes. Again, nobody has to watch it. I'm just thinking that if it's not something people are interested in, I don't need to do them. Maybe it got suppressed because it has names that sound like naughty words. Any luck, Spy Fox? Getting close to timing out on that code, probably. Play Dumb Ways to Die. I mean, I do have my Jackbox fun games, but I would have to restart the stream. I wasn't sure people were going to be interested in games, so I went with the old standard resolution that I was doing. Got nothing. Well, I did type in exactly what you said, so if it's not in your spam folder, we'll try again one more time. If it does time out, we'll give it a minute. Wouldn't you know it, their systems don't always work 100% how they're supposed to. I know, that's crazy. Absolutely cray-cray. Now, somebody in the chat of the Discord said that if this happens, you can keep trying and it'll happen again. But I'm not sure if they specifically meant if you don't get a reward. Is it specifically if you don't get a stamina potion? Because we can click it a couple more times anyway. I don't think anything's going to come up. Except for a little bit of the bread. Yeah, maybe if you don't get a reward at all. Although, I don't know. I know that works when you don't get an encounter at all, but not when you get an encounter and they run away. I've never tried that, so somebody else will have to try that for me. That's new information to me if it does work after not getting any reward at all, although that very rarely happens, so I wonder who the first person was who decided, I'm still clicking this, I don't care. All right, I'm going to type in the email again, and then hopefully it'll send a new thing. I'll make sure it's 100% right. Appears to be exactly as written. Should be another code on the way. Oh, man, I really need to get into another Valley of Conquerors. I missed the signups on both of my accounts this week. How rough is that? God, look at the undulation here. This is just not how people work. Maybe it's how orcs work. I'm not sure. But it's that is something. That is certainly an animation that they chose to put in the game. I'll give them that much. I probably have so many intimacy cards right now. Just a ton of them. And yes, I am saving my boxes until it matters. I have one that'll give me a shard for my lady here. So I'm one away. Really hoping to get it. You know what? Let's just do this. We should just do this. I'll try to keep watching for that code to show up. And in the meantime, we're going to do a couple of spinneroonies. Wasting our diamonds just because I want it. Don't ever do this. This is a bad choice. The thing that I'm doing. If you're going to do them, you got to at least do the 10 times. But I'm just giving it the chance. Oh. How could they do this to me? Spy Fox, you are checking your spam folder, correct? All right, last one. Oh, worth it. Totally worth it. Let me move my thing over here so I can look at the chat. That's right. We're doing it. We're doing it. Somebody said it's a trap. Not this time. Not this time. You're coming home with me. That was a bad idea. Nobody should ever do that. Nobody should ever do that. Just a reminder that that was a horrible, horrible idea. And you should never do that. Hey, we got Wallier. Welcome to the party, Wallier. All right, let me try this code out. Looks like we're getting in. Everything's working out just fine. Sometimes you gotta just make your own positivity in your life, you know? Sometimes things around you are feeling negative and you just gotta say, no! I decide on positivity today. And that is what I am doing. You promise that I will love the game South Park Phone Destroyer. I should try it. Does anybody else second that motion? Maybe one of these days we'll do a stream where I just try games that you guys recommend. And I'll just have no idea what I'm doing for the first however long. It'll be great if I'm really smart, but the problem is I'm not so sure about that. Next thing I know, I'm going to be playing Farmville 2 and what is the Candy Crush? The Candy Crushers? All right, let's switch this into sport mode. Probably going to have to change into black screen for a little second. Just so my stupid OBS will realize that the other BlueStacks player is supposed to exist. Game, please, bro. All right, now it's selected onto the right one. They are getting a no, we do not like this game while I'm clicking through this black screen stuff. I'm sure it'll show up in just a second. I appreciate your patience. Don't worry, we're saving up for the new computer. It's going to happen, and these issues will be fewer and farther between. I think South Park is really funny, but I've actually never really watched it consistently. And I've tried to go back and start over, but it just isn't the same when you're not getting all the topical references at the peak of their popularity. There we go. We did it. We made it. We exist in this account. So now we're going to go spend all these diamonds on Gultung. JK. Just like to have a little fun with you, you know, I'm just pulling your leg. Although if you ask Miranda, she's probably going to say, well, he messed my account up in an unforgivable fashion. And I just can't get over it. All right, starting with the districts. We got massively leveled up districts that are all even. Tons and tons of stuff in there. Although this number, I'm not sure if it's the highest it could possibly be given what I'm looking at around it. Now, why might that be? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, mister. So, these numbers that you have here, these people are huge. But if you had simply 5-star female luxuriance, you'd be getting more than most of the ones that you have put into this slot, as long as you had noble and confident on them. So that could be a big improvement, and they could and should be much more than 5 stars. High priority. Hello to you. I was convinced for days that Miranda was gonna never support the channel again after her account review. All I did was say fix these traits, and then I didn't do it myself. And, you know, what are you gonna do? Once again, we don't have our main champions in here. We want to have male Fulgurs in this one. Not quite as strong of a difference as the female Lux, but certainly you'd be getting more. So that is the first thing that I would say to work on. Just going to keep going down the line a little bit here. More of the same, more of the same. I expect that's what we're going to see all the way down the line. So then let's see if we even have the ability to make the mythics that we need to be able to make for the districts. Oh, look at this. Got a little schmexy vampire boy here. You team Jacob or you team Edward? What you gonna do? I like how we have a mixture here. Some dudes, some ladies. I actually have the same. My male Samir, or my companion for my Samir is in the male one. I just don't like her look, you know? Just don't like her look. At least the male Samir could be a nice sugar daddy. Am I right? He'll treat you just fine. Way too much investment in the Karg. Way too much. But hey, maybe it's an accident, you know? Could be an accident. Well, you certainly have the ability to be making these female luxuriants. So I would say that should be happening quick fast. I'm surprised that you're going for the 22 traits here instead of on the Trevain, which would already be completed. Let me just party with your ladies. I hope that's not stepping the line. The Fulgurs, not mythic. Doombringers, not mythic. We do have the Griffins mythic, so I think I fell short of checking the agriculture district, didn't I? Don't want to fall short on you. Hey, we got one big boy here. Now look how much higher level all of these people are and how he is crushing them. Absolutely crushing them. So, yeah, this guy is going to be... It's worth it in all of these districts to get that set up correctly. I know it's not the most fun thing, but it's actually pretty cheap on Ascension materials. You really only need to go to probably 6 or 7 stars on your account to be getting huge returns on doing that. The only problem with it is that it's annoying to do. So, you know, annoying but worth it. Doesn't have a banquet running. Oh, you're in trouble, mister. You are in trouble. Guys, you really want to be having these running? I know I don't always have them running either. I try to get them every day. But you want to go for the green ones specifically because you get a better chance of getting energy potions that way. And in my view, the energy potions are exactly the thing that you want. And you want to do your lucky spin. And then you want to do a bad job of publicly doing your match game. Should we do that for fun so you guys can laugh at me? I'm going to try to talk through it, and that's going to be bad. I will definitely not remember exactly where these things are. Red, green, purple, Bastet. That's what we got. Remember it. Easy. Easy. Easiest game of my life. Crushing it. Maleficent over here. Oh, we're doing it, boys. We're doing it. We got that 7K for you. Oh, yeah. That's not too bad, right? Not too bad at all. All right. Hall of Fame here. Somebody mentioned in one of my videos that... Now, I like to look at what I'm actually picking. So, I don't know. Maybe you're going to wish that I did that for you, but I'm not because I'm showing everybody a thing. Thanks for donating your account. But if you actually scroll down, it's a little faster if you don't care what quest you're getting, because then you can just click all in one spot, and it's fine, right? Well, you couldn't take quests from yourself anyway, so you would have picked them all up. It's fine. We'll check in there. Hey, Bobby Zinger. Paholainen, I hope I'm saying it right. You know, I don't speak that language. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I have to pronounce all sorts of names now that I never thought that I'd ever have to try to do. Can you believe that exactly at reset, this guy didn't have all of his daily reset stuff done? And then he handed me the keys to the car here, and I had to go drive around doing all the clickies, all the clicky boos. Can't believe you had like 4 minutes, dude. JK, we joking. All right, let's see if there's any direction to the airs that we have lined up here. Looks like we're going mostly for free stuff, and we got way too many open slots. My friend, I need you to go to enzyte.com and get the pep back in your step, because you got to be filling those slots. My dude, you got to fill those slots. I'm going to have a look at your champions before I pick what thing I think you should have in there. I can't abide by having this be maxed out. I got to clear it out for my guy. You know? I got to have it done for my guy. Let's look at the champions. Let's sort it by the stars. All right, we got a big old Orast. Some spicy picks here in the top. I do like to see that it's not standard, but all of these champions are champions that I consider to be quite good. Not the biggest fan of the male Doombringer, but he does sit very well in a district, so you can't ever be sad about that. That's for sure. We got all solid stuff and a lot of high-leveled people. I like the diversity. One thing I worry about is that being already 14 stars on what I assume is your main team here, solid crowd control team, not sure there's enough damage there, so you probably don't have all of those people on the same team. The problem is you're going to be facing people with cray-cray levels of vigor, and these vigor levels here are not gonna cut it. So I would say you need to at least get everybody in your main squad up to 30 at this point. I know it's super annoying to do, and we should check and see if you even have resources to do such a thing. But I think it's pretty valuable. You got plenty of rings. Not probably enough rings to even get to where I said, but maybe. They do get a little pricey. Plenty of bouquets. Yep, we need to start the vigor factory up in here. Unfortunately, there's not a super effective vigor farm right now. But what are you going to do? Probably the best thing to do is finish out your Griffin to 22 traits since you're already so close. Dang, that one ended the same way. I was hoping we'd be able to test a little tricksky. But it didn't happen. It didn't go our way today. Oh, guys. We got to check this. 100 of them! 100 of them! People! Guys! Why are you all doing this? Everyone! Just do the 10 times and then click the thing. It helps you. This is good. This is free stuff. It's free real estate. You know? I should start clicking through these on everybody and just forcing you to burn them, but I'm not going to burn all of them. Maybe you're saving them for a special thing that I just can't wrap my brain around. All right. If we were going to do a vigor farm on here, let's go back to our companions. I think that actually doing level 22 traits on a Griffin and just marrying Griffin to Griffin is a pretty good way to go. I'll have to check out my chart real quick, which I have on RagePanda1.com. If you're looking for resources and you just want to know a little more about the game, you can go to RagePanda1.com. We got all sorts of good stuff. And, there's a merch store and you learn about the champions. And you're going to have a good time. I guarantee it. I absolutely guarantee it. Yes, Warrior to Warrior is the good. You get the most vigor from doing that. So since you're already almost there, actually you already are there, you don't even need to put any more into it. We're going to start shooting out some Griffin babies. We're gonna start popping and locking it, actually. Come here, yous. Let me see what you're all about. You look like you're a real jerk. But, she's... a freak in the sheets, so she gets away with the attitude. 100 of them! 100 of them! People! Guys! Why are you all doing this? Everyone! Just do the 10 times and then click the thing. It helps you. This is good. This is free stuff. It's free real estate. You know? I should start clicking through these on everybody and just forcing you to burn them, but I'm not going to burn all of them. Maybe you're saving them for a special thing. But I don't know. Maybe you're saving them for a special thing. But Oh, you can't say that. You can't say that. I'm going to be canceled. Oh, no. I hope none of you have Twitter. I'm filling the whole thing. We're filling the box. I know this is thrilling to watch. If you have epilepsy, look away from the screen. Because it's probably flashing and doing all the beeps and boops at you. Alright, so then, like you do, you're just going to marry brother and sister off. And unless they have super really great traits that you want to save, you're just going to pass it back and forth. And then eventually, when you get a decent amount of vigor on one of them, you can chuck it on one of your main champions. And I really recommend getting to at least 30 on all of these people, because you're going to be fighting people now that have 100 vigor, and life is going to be hard. So if you don't have at least 30, it's going to be hard to compete at all. More than likely. Miranda says, remember to like the stream, everyone. It does help. It sure does help. Jordan Fetcher says, you're going to like the way you look. Or you're going to like the way your account looks. I guarantee it. I hope that's true. I really do. I should delete the event calendar because, it's a lie. It's a bold-faced lie. Although it's not everybody at Goat Games' fault. There's some shadowy executive figure who is a real jackhole, and he needs to lose his job. And hopefully that jackhole loses his job so we can all enjoy ourselves a little more. Let's take a look at the roster, see if we got going on here. Big use of the male Doombringer. I don't love him, but if he's working for you, that's good. I worry about the synergy here. I do like the male Tidestorm with the male Lycanus. I think that's super solid. Very good stuff. I worry that having the AoE taunt happen right after the fear is just not going to do what you want it to do, because you're going to be spreading people out and then you don't hit as many people as you're hoping to hit. So if you have the Galabar, I don't remember what I just looked at in the companions, but if you have the Galabar, that would be a much better fit right here, because the CC is going to hit everybody. So you can still spread everybody out, and you can still have huge crowd control on them, which I can tell you're going for a crowd control-y situation here, which I do approve of. I just think that might be a better synergy for you. Energy pots are the brick wall. Yeah. All in all, you're just another brick in the wall. I was going to check those. Are there none? Do you have 0? There they are. I always forget they're lower. 206. Yeah, that's not a lot. I'm usually skating on that same tightrope myself, trying to balance things. I would say that where you're at right now, a lot of people are using their bouquets and their energy potions, and they're going up into challenge mode, and they're like, oh, here's the cross-server challenge. I'm going to spend it all. Maybe not for the air challenge, but if it were a might challenge or something like that. I don't think you should worry about those. I don't know if you have been or not, but I did see that you were giving yourself some quests, so possibly. You must have won something at some point, right? I don't think that's the way to spend them right now, because like I said, you are, speaking of brick walls, you are about to be fighting those in PvP, and I think you just need to be better prepared for it, because that is going to be rough with 12 and 15 vigor and stuff. Just not going to go your way in most cases. So, hey, what are you loading for? The screen's already there. Chill out. Bloodline, Heroes of Lithas, you person that is not a person at all. Speaking of computer programs being a person, you guys hear what's going on with AI lately? That's, that might be a mistake. We might be doing a mistake, guys. We're creating artificial life and stuff. It's not ideal. Sure, they say it's just spitting out responses based on all the information it's gathered from everything we've ever typed into Google. And maybe that's true. Maybe that's true. But, if it can fool you, if it can pass the Turing test, then when do you know if it's just smart enough to pass the test and when it's actually a conscious thing? The AI sues Google for human rights. I could see it happening. If AI was in charge of Goat Games, we would not be having the problems we're having now because they would understand economics and how keeping your customers happy is how you actually make money. You don't make money by robbing people. You got to at least trick them into feeling like they're happy about it. All right, Team 2. What we really need here is another frontliner. Or Valley 2, I should say. Feel like we definitely do not have enough frontline action going on here. However, when you get to the point where you can put the Galabar in the in your new main team, I think that you're going to be having a lot better of a time putting the Karguk down here. And it's kind of hard to say. I don't know how much you have your Doombringer doing for damage. Generally, I see them not doing that much damage, unfortunately. So it's hard to be able to replace one of the DPS characters. It depends on how you feel like your Doombringer is doing for damage. If he's doing all right, then you could replace, I don't know, one of the, it doesn't even matter which one. Probably would go with the Assassin because he's the lower star level, although I do like that guy. Miranda says, no, that's a real thing. The AI did try to sue Google for human rights. I heard that a guy got fired because he said that the chat bot was sentient. That's what I heard about it. I will have to look into that. Dude, AI is ramping up too fast. This AI can literally, you can talk to it in English and tell it what you need to be done, and it will write code for it. And it'll be done in 3 seconds. And a lot of times you got to tweak it and then get it to do the exact thing a little better, but that's nuts. They could make a blockbuster Hollywood movie with using purely AI. I have thought about making a YouTube video on Bloodline and just having the AI write the whole video, and I'll just narrate it. Just whatever it says, I will say. As long as it's not going to get me canceled, because the AI do tend to go a little bit rogue on their political correctness every now and then. Okay, Michael Painter, I know we're in the middle of an account review and I'm getting off the rails, but you say that the real limitation of AI is the lack of original inspiration. I say to you, go on TikTok, go on YouTube, try to find somebody who is being a purely original person, and I will say that you're not going to find that. I will say that just about everything that is being done in a quote-unquote creative capacity right now is just a restitching of things that have already been created, and that's why crazy scientific breakthroughs are such a big deal, because it requires somebody to actually do that new creative thing. So there are even problems that AI has solved that scientists have not been able to. That might not mean that they're doing really great creative things. It might just mean that they're able to think outside the box a little better because they are able to look at the whole picture at the same time. But I would say that the lack of creative insight, maybe not the most solid point, because I don't think people have that either in general. People are going to say what they're supposed to say, and I try to not be that way. I try to have original thoughts, but it's impossible to do. But how many people have you seen that are just, they go on Reddit and they read what Reddit said and then that's their opinion now? Like, that's how a lot of people run their lives. So, anyway, back to the game. Well, you have to give it a prompt, and it could give itself prompts. You could certainly set that loop up. So I think that the creativity thing, it already has under control in the capacity that I think that you would be talking about. D. Schroeder says it's brute force at very high speed. Yeah, true. Well, there's a lot of chat. I would look back for your AI trained on 4chan, but I imagine I can already expect what it would have done. 4chan is one of those places, the old Wild West. Alright, so we got the male Lume with the male Aeson. I love it. Male Aeson, a lot of people are just, I keep seeing it everywhere where people don't think that he's the best. I think they're crazy. I think he's the actual best. Fits on literally any team. You don't even need to have a healer on the team, and he fits on the team. But this is pretty solid. If this was all the same level, I would say that's a very good team. The only reason that you might be able to get away with it with the one frontliner, though, is because this guy is so tanky, and you got your priority shields, and you got your heals, and you might be able to pick him up if he falls, and then he can taunt the aggro back. So normally I don't ever support the single frontliner thing, but in this instance, I feel like it might be able to work for you because of those things working together. Cannot confirm or deny. And the rest of these are for expeditions. You know, they're pretty good. Male Gultung, super strong. Super duper strong. If these are indeed your expedition teams, though, a simple swap that would probably get you more damage on at least the top team is to put this Trevane in place of the Ignis, because he has the attack speed boost, and that's going to let her get more procs of her passive, which does the percent health. So I think that would be just a slightly more efficient thing. And I know it's really annoying to upgrade these 1 stars because you need 11 gazillion of them to be able to get 1 star, but I think it's worth it, especially when it feels like it's cutting into your marriage materials to do it. I have had a hard time myself dedicating the resources. Redbeard says, oh yeah, a ton of people just parrot what they heard someone else say, and that is true, and also not what I think is the best form of society that we could have. I think it's good to, I mean, you have to some degree. You got to stand on the shoulders of the people that came before you, but I think the making your own conclusions from that information is the right way, instead of just simply repeating those conclusions. Miranda says we need more 1 and 2 stars. Yeah, I don't know if they'll ever release more 1 and 2 stars. I feel like it would be nice to have more free production of high quality traits, but I don't know if they'll ever actually do that. And I don't know that we really need it, but all right, let me switch back to star levels. So far, I'm pretty happy with all of the stuff I'm seeing with the champions. The team building is like super almost there. I would say the team building is a little bit off, just in a couple of the synergies not working together and maybe not having the tank where you need to have a tank on the team. But otherwise, pretty solid. And also, I was going to ask, Spy Fox, have you run into the issue in PvP where you feel like you're maybe running into high vigor people and it's a problem? Where you just get stomped by somebody that you probably feel like you should have won based on the overall power of the teams? Silent Tetrapod says, I do single frontliner for my expedition team. Yeah, I guess those are expedition teams. You're right. I didn't really take that into consideration. Can't always be perfect, you know. A few times, but not so much yet. Well, that's good. Still, it's something that I might work on, just to be prepared for. If nothing else, it's going to make you much stronger than the people you're already fighting against. I think going from where you're at to being at 30 vigor is going to be a big deal. Hey, who do you want on the champion roulette? Let's do that on the stream. Can we do the free one on the stream? You gotta want one of these. You gotta. Naga, which one, male or female? Snaky boy, snaky lady, snaky snake. I'm just a slithery snaky snake. I'm sneaking in your garden. Anybody? Anybody at all? Male, I suppose. All right. Free. We doing it free. Boom. There you go. You got yourself a copy. And that one's on the house. Paholanen says, a Naga female. I do like the Naga female. I like the male better. I will say, I like the male better. Because his pull is just so good. Oh, he's got a hammer. Can I use your hammer? I want to use all your stuff. I'm clicking all your stuff because I want to use it. Is that... Am I taking advantage? Am I using my position for power? I hope I'm not. Why do I like the male? Just the pull, man. It's all about the pull. All right, now, normally I click this one, and then I go down to this one. On my account, I already clicked this one, so that means in tradition, I have to click down here, and this is going to be where we find the stones. Boom. See? Exactly. I hope you all blinked at the same time. We tried. Oh, man. The new Elf Tank's AoE route is amazing on Dungeon Descent. I imagine it would be. I have not actually done Dungeon Descent on my main account yet since I got them. Probably a mistake on my part, but, you know. She's definitely solid as well. Yeah, I think they're both great. But I think that the reason that I like the male better, with the female, you can just about do exactly what she's doing with any number of champions. Obviously, she has a unique kit, so she's going to have the ult that does the pull, where you could just use a Tidestorm to do the pull. She's going to be a tanky person that does damage, but you could use a male Samir or a female Samir to do the damage and be a tank, or even the male Naga. What you can't do, though, in the entire rest of the game, is pull all 4 or even sometimes 5 people into one big group just with your active skill. So there's only one place that you're going to get that, and that's why I think leveling him up, in my opinion, is a thing that I prefer to do over the female, because I just feel like, I don't want to say she's replaceable, but she's more replaceable than he is, and he enables those teams in a way that you might not be able to find anywhere else. So that's why I picked the male. I think they both do. She does a little bit more damage. He does a little bit more tanking, in my experience. Usually when I'm taking one of them, I'm hoping to get a little bit of damage out of a tank rather than get a little bit of tanking out of a damage dealer, if that makes sense. So that's probably another reason why I lean more towards the male than the female. But that being said, I think they're both great. And I think if you picked one or the other, you made a good choice because they're both great. So nothing wrong with that at all. I'll let you do your Guardian defense. You got that all figured out for your own account. You know, I don't want to mess you over. That's not what these reviews are totally about. He says he's only testing me. How could you? He's a jokester over here. Galabar male or female? I say Galabar female. I think that the male is fine, but I don't think that he's that good. He has a lot of defensive potential. Like if you're going to put him on a Valley of Conquerors team where you're just trying to hold a node, he's going to trick people who don't know that much about the game or don't have their team set up to deal with him yet. And that's going to be really useful. And it's going to be the most useful thing that he does. But the female Galabar is going to go onto your team and do great stuff for your team. She's going to do the huge AoE CC that is incredible. One of the best skills in the game, in my opinion. She's going to do a ton of healing. And she's also tanking for you at the same time. So to be able to get somebody that's doing all of those things is pretty huge. He is specific, yeah, but in general, she'll be better. I agree. Yep, that's my thoughts on it. Female Galabar carrying the baby alt account. Dude, she will. She will do it. And I'm telling you, if you're going to use the female Galabar, do we even have one of those built up at all here? I think you said you're working on it. Hey, there she is. Get out of here. If you're going to use her, I really think that you want to be using the Speedy Boy build because her ultimate is so very strong that you really want to be getting back to it as often as possible. And I think that a mistake that a lot of people are making when they are making their female Galabar is they see that she's a tank, they want to build a tanky tank, and so they do energetic and honorable, and then oftentimes the Speedy Boy traits. Now, that can be good. It certainly can. But when you put brutal on her, her healing can be outrageous. A lot of it is self-healing. I will admit that to you. I will give that to you. But she's also the one taking the most damage. So when people say, yeah, but she's mostly self-healing, what they're ignoring is that Yeah, but she needs the most healing. So what does it matter if the healing is going to the point where it needs to go? Isn't that a good thing? And oftentimes I have her do about the same or even more than a male Lume. I've run them together occasionally, and it works very well. The healing is pretty nutty. So I think that she's great. And to say she doesn't do enough healing because most of it is self-healing, that's the biggest argument I've seen against her. And I think it is totally hoo-ha, or whatever the kids are saying these days, to suggest that that's cap. That is cap, fam. That is a lit cap. Oh man, everybody just left the stream because of the words I chose. Very good with MASN. I would say male ASN is just about mandatory on her. Just about. It's not. Nothing is mandatory in this game, but it's as close to mandatory as you get. If you want to be using her to her best abilities, then you definitely want to have him. And I think that that also goes for any other healer in the game, except for female ASN. And then she doesn't really care. Alrighty. The big advantage in VOC is that teams that can easily beat the male Galabar usually can't beat high sustain teams, which the female adds. So it's a nice 2-team combo. Yeah, true. In Valley of Conquerors specifically, I don't think using the male anywhere but Valley of Conquerors is going to be the most ideal situation. And when people figure out how to counter him and they realize they can just take a male Elzadeth and that is not a thing anymore, if the meta becomes everybody has male Galabar on their defense nodes, then the meta is just going to become everybody has male Elzadeth on their attack teams, and then, you know, it's whatever. Did you just call me a boomer? Miranda? Miranda, you actual fetus, how dare you call me a boomer? That is unacceptable. I am very young for my age, I tell ya. Michael Painter says 8 million team beating 22 teams on gates in a row. Yeah, some around 13 million. And a couple including 13-star Devalas. Yes, when you build those big sustained teams, you can really do a lot in Valley of Conquerors. And I would say that, Jordan, you actual fetus. I did say that, didn't I? Guys, sometimes I just black out and I don't remember what I said. And so it's dangerous for me to be streaming because who knows? Who knows what is going to come out of this face next? You can never tell. Paholainen. I don't know where to put the emphasis on these syllables. What do you think about the team? Position 1, male Hyrule. Position 2, male Aeson. Position 3, female Yevnayan. I already don't like it. I think female Yevnayan is underperforming and not so great. Position 4, male Samir. And position 5, Gultung female. I think that there's a lot of good stuff there. You have the strength reduction, which is going to help keep people alive. You got the Aeson shields, which is going to help keep people alive. Most likely the male Hyrule, who's getting himself into trouble pretty quickly. I would say that maybe you're lacking a little bit in frontlining with that team, probably because of the female Yevnayan. If I was going to change anything, it would be her. Maybe we should look at her kit and I can decide if I actually like her or don't like her. So she gets dodges, which is nice, and it increases her attack speed, which is nice, and that can stack. So if you're doing hexproof, fearsome shenanigans, that can be a really great way to use her. Unfortunately, if you're using her any other way, I just don't think she performs, like especially when it comes to damage. I just have not really had her do the thing. So a lot of this buff that you want to be getting, you're going to get after you do your active skill. You get your dodge, you get a couple of dodges, you start attacking fast, but you get like one extra attack. And then after that one extra attack, you're already into your ultimate. And by the time the ultimate is done, your stacks are basically gone. So that doesn't work so great, and her scaling is not the best. Now that crit is fixed, I don't know. Maybe. But I just don't think so. I just don't think it's going to be as much damage and as effective. She's not going to be as tanky or do as much damage as many other options. I would probably put one of the tanky warriors in her spot essentially every time on that team, because I just don't think that she's getting it done. Yeah, I mean, maybe you'll have all 5 people in the same spot when she ults, but I don't know. I think there's better ways to go about it, but my way isn't the only way, so if it's working for you, obviously, it's probably better in testing than I am giving it credit for, and I'm willing to accept that, because I am a person, which means that I'm not perfect. Which is why I always encourage people not to listen to me. I mean, we're all sharing information together, and the same goes for anybody else who's telling you what to do on any of the Discords or Reddit channels out there. Take into consideration what they're saying, but then also don't listen to us. Because what if we're wrong? Do the testing for yourself and figure out what works for you, and then you'll be happy. Look at that, we already got somebody in the banquet. That's pretty sweet, I guess. Alright, what one deserves a clip? Oh, the actual fetus? Oh. Oopsies. Now I'm going to be internet famous for saying the thing I said that was probably not appropriate. That's alright. Miranda laughed. We can all be happy with it. The problem is that dodge doesn't seem to work versus alts. Dodge definitely does work versus alts. And it seems like I've watched it work against a female Devala alt, and it dodged every tick. So it seems like it checks one time to see if you dodged, and if there's multiple instances of damage, it seems to dodge all of them, which is not necessarily stronger, but when it happens, it's stronger, that's for sure. Just means you're going to miss it happening more often. Chris Hart says, oh my god, just ran back actual fetus. Too funny, we need shirts. we need actual fetus shirts. I am in full support of doing the actual fetus shirts. Somebody remind me. I have a couple of shirts that I need to make, but I might have some time here tonight to get it going. Oh man, that would be good. I mean, it does seem like a fun team comp. Let me, I don't want to change any of the teams that are already set up. Maybe if I did a fake dungeon descent and I could just look at it. Fake dungeon descent that's not done. My brother. It just reset. I hope it didn't reset on my server. I thought I timed that out properly. Are you sure about that? You say that it's not per tick. It is per tick, the dodge check. So then multiple times now I've seen it where somebody just dodged every tick of an ability. In fact, every time I've noticed it, it's been every tick of the stuff. You're saying you've seen there already be damage and then the dodge triggered after? Hard to read sometimes when I'm paying attention to multiple things. Well, Jimmy, you missed the creation of a new catchphrase and possible t-shirt. Oh, man. Yeah, if it just reset, it is what it is. Okay, so we are looking at... Tell me the team again. I don't remember. Where's my female Yiv? I know M. Harul. Female Yiv. Oh, it hurts. It hurts scrolling down looking for this. Sometimes you just gotta do it the slow way. Jordan Fetcher says, you actually have that dodge on a video of yours. I do have one of those dodges on a video of mine. Good call. Good call, Aguado. Oh, you're just not gonna have any copies of the ones that I'm looking for. Is that what this is gonna be? Oh, female Hyrule? No! You're the wrong wolf. There's a good wolf. Alright, anybody else remember the team that we were talking about? I'm sure. I'm sure. Male ASN. Hey, we'll just grab this one. This is just for looking at it purposes. Male Samir, is that another one? And Male Tidestorm. I believe we've got one of those up here. Probably scrolling past all of these people, and you guys are just looking at your screens, raging. Absolutely raging. Rage Panda, how could you be so dumb? He's right there, man. Like, I totally saw him, and you just kept scrolling. Absolutely wasting your time, bro. Do any of you talk like that? Come on, at least one, right? All right. So, our plan then for this team is that we're going to have maybe something like this, where the Hyrule is going to teleport and grab somebody, and then that person is going to hopefully be in front of his push. If that's not working out, we might have to put him back here so that it's in front of the push. Then we'll be pushing all of them back, and they'll all be in a group. And then she's going to ult, and our hope is that she's going to do a lot of damage with the ult into the backline. And because she's teleporting into the backline, it doesn't matter that the big push happened. She's not going to lose a bunch of damage. I think it's okay, but I think that there's a lot of other people that are just going to do that better. I'm just saying. That's how I feel. That's how I feel, you know? Am I right about how that's going to go? Oh, position 1. I forgot. He put the positions. Position 1, Hyrule. Position 2, Male Aeson. All right. I mean, that's kind of the same thing. It forces him to go over that way, which is smart. Jordan Fetcher says, check your Discord PMs. I will do that. You have gotten my attention. What with all of that? Anytime you want to donate to me to troll me, it's totally fine. I will not be mad. I checked my Discord PMs and all he said is, you actual fetus. Oh, man. I'm going to have to change this to the fetus stream, and then that's going to get shut down. Oh, boy. Yeah, so I don't think this is the worst. I think it's pretty much fine. I don't think the M Tide is helping so much. So maybe if you're really tied to having the Yiv, I might try to find somebody else for him. Just because if you're pushing the whole team, which he pushes the whole team, aren't you just going to end up pulling one of them out of the group with that? I feel like unless you're lucky enough that his active skill goes off first every time, which maybe you're being that lucky, then I don't know if it's worth it. But if it happens that way, then I guess that's great. It's not a bad team. I just don't know that the female Yiv is going to perform. So. But I haven't tried her after the crit fix. Maybe on my free-to-play account, we'll put her in the Dungeon Descent run and see how she do. Jordan Fetcher says, for realsies, look, I did. What am I looking at? Yeah, Jordan, do you mean because you basically told me about the Hyrule thing before? Is that what we are referencing? I mean, I think the Hyrule into Samir combo is real strong. That's not the part I'm worried about. I'm more... Rage Fetus. You guys are going to actually change your names to these things, aren't you? I'm going to sign into my guild, and somebody what was in my guild before is now going to be named Rage Fetus. Okay. Can we be in the trust tree for a second? I want to share something with you guys, and you got to promise not to think less of me. Can you do that? Can you do that? Please confirm that we are in the trust tree. Oh, man. I agree, Dungeon Descent should be weekly. It is a little too much. The rewards are nice, but it's pretty hard to think any less of you, he says. More than one person said that. Good Lord. Well, in that case, when I was playing World of Warcraft, I decided to make an alternate character who was a warlock, and he was a gnome, and he used to, ride a camel around. I put him in some white robes with a halo, and his name was Fetus Christ. Because he was doing his best Jesus cosplay, and he was just a little fella. So, now I'm canceled. Now I'm canceled. Sorry, guys, but it's true. I did do that. Oh, man. Yeah, well, I wanted to be Horde, but I was forced to be Alliance by the people that I played with, and therefore, all of the Horde are smelly, and I don't like them. And also, they took our jobs. Oh, man. Okay, so where were we on the actual doing the thing? We didn't look at traits yet. Sorry, Spy Fox, I know I'm taking up a lot of time on your account. I hope that's okay. I feel like we're getting some good talking done here. Definitely helping me to unwind. Was feeling a little stressed this morning. Sometimes that happens when Goat Games stabs you in the back. Not really. It's not that serious, right? It's just a little annoying what they did, and I did wake up with a great deal of back pain. I would say that most of these traits are fine. I would skip the Fierce here. If you were going to do anything, I would do Aggressive, and I seem to recall that you had the Tidestorm up to Mythic. Is that correct? So you could do Aggressive there. Another thing you could do is, if you do go Aggressive here, you could switch the Hexproof into Steadfast, and that could be a really great way for her to stay alive much longer. We were talking about Steadfast recently in the Discord. I want to be clear that I was not saying that Steadfast is not a good trait. I think it is a very good trait. I just don't think that it's... I think I'm more talking about Honorable not being the best with it than Steadfast not being good. But at the same time, Steadfast is not better than just Energetic on its own. Thomas Jackson says Fierce is greater than Brutal. That is not true. Not true. Most of the stuff scales off strength, like her shields. And also she's a tank, so she doesn't really do any damage. If we were going to put Fierce onto anybody, it would not be her, in my opinion. She doesn't have the damage to scale with it, and her shields shouldn't scale with it, although you never know with Goat Games. Chaos Cavern says, I play both sides. I support you. I can't make any jokes about that because it's too close to political suicide, so I'm not gonna risk it. D. Schroeder is shocked they let me do that. Yeah, I think I had to spell it with F-E-E-T, maybe, like feet. But who knows, It happened, and I'm not... I might even be able to bring it up and show everybody. I'm sure the character still exists. If you want to see it, let me know, and we'll look at it when we're done with Spy Fox's account. Anyway, yeah. If you're going to keep most of these traits, turn the Fierce into an Honorable, and you'll be happier with the character overall. Otherwise, you could go Aggressive for bigger shields, and if you're going to do that, then I think you need to go Steadfast instead of Hexproof, although Hexproof at your state in the game is really solid, because it shuts down some of those people with the high vigor. Jordan Fetcher says, do it. Traker says, show it. Fierce can sometimes be better than Aggressive, especially on low-strength champions. I would say that Fierce is always better than Aggressive, unless you're specifically trying to scale traits or scale skills that are only scaled off of strength, and then you want Aggressive. So like Male Lionstone, if you really wanted big shields, you wouldn't be putting Fierce on them, you'd be putting Aggressive. But anybody who's doing damage, you're going to put Fierce on them before you would ever put Aggressive on them. in my opinion, and it's nice that the basic traits are that good. I'm not even mad about this noble because she gives so much in the district that it's worth it. And if anybody's got a spare trait slot, it's probably her. Although I would like to see agile and focused here so that she's getting as many charms off as possible. You can get it to the point where she's basically constantly charming somebody. And if you're at max skill ups, which you're getting close to, you probably don't even need both of them. Because I don't think she can have two people charmed at once. And at the 9-second mark, you're probably getting close to overlapping. A lot of people have a lot of opinions about traits. And I am here to tell you guys that energetic and brutal are the two best traits in the game. A lot of people just want clan traits because they're shiny and nice. That's a mistake. Energetic and brutal are the best traits in the game. And if you need evidence for why that is, it's because look at how strong vigor is. The more vigor you have, the more you're getting out of those traits, and that somewhat translates into fierce as well. But I would say that it does not translate as well. I think you're getting more from buffing the direct stats. Just one man's opinion. The exception with energetic, of course, is that honorable can be better if you're doing enough sustain, but there's a threshold that you have to cross before you're doing enough sustain. A lot of people think that female Devala just already naturally does that on her own. I would say it does not. I think that she scales a lot of her healing off of having higher max health, and so it's really good to just have the higher max health, especially since a lot of times when she's doing her damage from her ultimate, if you have energetic, she's going to heal back all the way to full, even with energetic. So even though honorable scales off of healing and you get more and more from that healing, the way that female Devala specifically works is that it ends up filling the entire bar back where it would have just overcapped and you would have lost all that extra healing before. So on her specifically, even on the healing, I prefer energetic. That's just me. Doesn't mean you got to do it that way. That's just how I feel about it. That's my little believies. All right, we got one cunning on here, not the worst. I could kind of get behind the fearsome here because we've got some strong attack speed. So that could be good. The hexproof as well. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's better to have brutal here instead of cunning because I worry that your main teams are lacking in damage a little bit. So while I do like cunning and I like where you're going with it, I don't think in this specific situation that it's the best. I do like, because we've got our crazy attack speed here, going fearsome and hexproof, real solid on this guy. That's a solid play that I do like to see. But when we see that we're scaling our strength this high off of the active skill, and if we're timing it just right, we can get that into the ultimate, which is a little challenging, but it can happen. I think you definitely want to have the higher strength that you're going to get from brutal so that you can increase it even further with his active skill. I think that's going to be more valuable than the actual cunning in this situation. And his name is in fact Harry. He's a hairy boy. He couldn't have named him Harry because he's got vigor on him, which means he's been married, and you can't rename him after marriage. At least not that I know of. If I try to click on that, it's not going to do a nothing. Oh, my opinions on what is on the video? Prepare to keep waiting, Chaos. Are we talking about tier lists again? Oh, waiting for them to rework female Devala? Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. Reworking champions after people gambled for them is illegal in some places. So that's why all of these times that they've changed a champion, they've said they've fixed it, right? They've indicated that, oh, actually now it's working as intended. This was always supposed to be what we sold you, so that they don't get in trouble for nerfing and changing stuff. And that's why they do these wild nerfs right before the champion comes out. They switch it up like they did with the male Galabar and just absolutely gut half of the guy's usefulness because they're afraid it's going to be too strong and it's going to be illegal for them to make that change later. So they would rather over nerf it early than have to go back and think about it and risk doing something that could get them in legal trouble. Paho says, I tested my Devala with aggressive over fierce. In the end of the match, it's better, but only if the fight is going good and Devala can do 12 attacks with level 18 trait. Yeah, I mean, Devala's maybe one instance where that could be true because you need to stack it up and you need to stay stacked up for it to be worth it. But I'm still not convinced. I think consistency is better than a potential to be better, which is why I say that energetic and steadfast is better than honorable and steadfast, because with honorable and steadfast, you have to be taking damage for 20 seconds from skills to be able to get the maximum effect. I would rather just be sure that I'm getting a really strong effect rather than gamble on getting a slightly more efficient effect if I survive it. Final state passed on to snake people. That's sad to see, because they're so good. All right, this guy's traits. Unfortunately, we got another cunning here. Not good because they're not stacking right now. So that gives you the freedom on your Lycanus to go ahead and switch it to brutal and not have to worry about it. You could definitely just run with this build and be happy. He does okay adding brutal into him because he can actually pump out a little bit of damage, but it's not necessary. So if you just want him to be a tanky boy and the way that you've been running your teams, I would say that is what you want. I think this is a perfectly suitable build for that. And then we got cunning again, unfortunately, not stacking. So we don't have any defensive traits here, and I would say that these backline archers type marksman people, that's the one place where you can kind of get away with not having it. But look, he's going to get one shot every now and then because a lot of people are running stuff like Male Samir and they're running Male Nagas and they're grouping you up. And then when you get hit with a big ultimate one time, you're just going to fall over dead unless you have something like energetic on. And that's probably what I would put instead of this cunning. Although the way you're building now, I could see that you might go for agile there. I think energetic is the play. I'm mad that cunning isn't stacking either. You probably spent a lot of rings to make this happen and then it just doesn't work as intended. And that's one of the reasons why we're so upset with GOAT games sometimes, because they give us information and it's just not good information. Hexproof is fine on all of these people, Paho, because number one, he's fighting people now that are much stronger than he is, so he needs to stop them from doing anything. And it's really, really strong against female Devala, which he is not running, so he needs something to counter it. And the Hexproof really can go a long way to helping a team like this actually beat one of the more meta teams that's just letting everybody around the female Devala die and then they hope that she cleans it up. When it gets towards the end of those fights, this team is probably beating her a lot of the time, I would guess. All right, let me catch up on the old chatskis. The real question is, why does Rage Fetus change the sex of all the companions to male? That's simple. It's because my avatar on my free-to-play account is a female. And if you want to make a baby, well, I guess I can't get into it because I might get canceled. So I have no opinion on that matter. Yeah, kind of mad that cunning isn't stacking. Yeah, we got that one. Ultimate Venom Games up in the house. Always go food in Senate, but I figured I would get a few mythic pieces for my guy. Doesn't seem to work. Yeah, it's not guaranteed. It's like a 10% chance. So it's a little rough, a little misleading, but not terribly. I found that out the hard way. It's about a 10% chance. Not sure if that goes up as you go up in your whichever thing that scales off of. Collect scales off of one thing and that scales off another one. I think one of them is total might. One of them might be campaign chapters, something like that. You know, but it's 20% chance, so it's 50-50 win or lose. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Paho. What's a 20% chance? On Hexproof? I think that it does more than you think that it does. Especially when it's on a whole team, it has a huge, huge effect, especially at top levels. And that's not just coming from me, that's coming from basically everybody in the community that's playing the extreme high level 700 high vigor battles. So that's why I say that. Traker says, gotta go to sleep. Watch the rest of the stream tomorrow at work. Good night, Traker. Thanks for stopping in, my friend. Sorry I got the timing so wrong for you. Oh, man. I picked the girl because I already had one of the dwarves, and I had my human guy, and I just wasn't loving the look of any of the elves, and I was just kind of sick of the look of the dudes. So I flipped it over, found a girl I liked. There you go. I'm not specifically tied to one or the other. It doesn't matter to me. It's all a fantasy game after all. Now, the new main team. Was that everybody in the new main team? Yes. Okay. I'm going to check the Doombringer just because you seem to like him. We'll see what he's rocking. Energetic, focused, hexproof, noble. I like that he switched into noble now. I think it's better to relegate this guy to the districts for the time being. He probably is not performing as well anymore as he used to be at this star level. And now that you have some of these other warriors, I think you just got better options. So putting him into districts is probably the way to go. I would agree with that. Yes, it was supposed to be Orast clan coming, and they kind of bait and switched us on that. Just know that it's the fault of a single executive, and it is not the team's fault. Still, we should not support that because we want that executive who's trying to trick people out of their money to lose his job and not have the ability to do that ever again. We all think it's a real poopy move that they did, and we all made our plans based on the calendar they released, so we find it incredibly disrespectful that they would change it at the last minute, especially into something that most of us really wanted to be able to participate in, and the only way we can do that now is if we spend a bunch of money, and I think that was the point of the decision, so we as a community have decided not to engage in that. Doesn't mean that you have to join us on that crusade, but if you do, we would love to have you as part of the group. What an explanation for male companions. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. Plus, that's more content. A lot of people don't see all of the male companions, so now when they watch the other one, now they get to see it. Spy Fox says, I have someone who fights me in arena that says the hexproof is definitely working. Yeah. The thing is that it's a low chance, but you have so many people doing it that it's really going to work out for you. And especially since you got huge attack speed coming onto this guy, and you're getting bonus attack speed from your female luxuriant, you're playing into that extra. Every time she whips one of these people, you're getting extra benefit out of those traits. So while it is a non-standard build, like I think you know that this is not how people would normally build their characters. They're still pretty decent builds, and the things that I have nitpicked on here are pretty minor, like single traits per dude that I would switch. So I would say that's pretty good so far, and actually I would praise you on being more creative with your team rather than just going for all of the main champions that everybody seems to love. I think that's a really good thing. Yeah. Ricardo Gomez says, what happened? I just returned. Man, we've been having a good time. We started out ranting a little bit, but now we're having a lot of fun because all of the people in the chat are cool people. So I do like that. I almost didn't want to stream. I'm not kidding. I was miserable. Almost said a naughty there. You can't say naughties, people. I think I get one per stream. But all right. Jordan Fetcher says, a male White Eyes has a speed buff too. He does. He does and he do. Although in the teams that we're looking at, we can't afford to put him in there because we need the frontliners. And these guys are both... We're already low on damage, basically. So we're losing one of these people to get that. The only thing that might be saving us is the 30 vigor on her. Makes her do kind of okay damage. It's not great, but it's kind of okay. And with the crowd control nature of the team, you can a little bit get away more with not having as much damage. Problem is, if you get overrun quickly, then it's just going to feel bad. But I think it's probably got a decent win rate. Maybe we should go fight somebody and see what it looks like. Streaming does make everything better. You got that right. You've got that right. I don't know. How powerful are we? What is our... All right, this is probably fine. This is the standard setup, I would assume. I think it's fine, but usually I like to put all of my melee guys on one side to kind of draw them in closer, especially on a team like this where we're trying to get the line attack out. We got our AoE stuns, our AoE taunts, our AoE fears. We really want them to all be strung up together as much as we can get them. And I think doing it this way is going to help with that. Although I would probably put her in the front line because he is going to taunt off of her. So she'll take a little damage and then hopefully he will save her from a lot of that damage. It's okay to me that the female Lycanis is likely going to go for female Devala because we want to fear her because, you know, she can go take her own self and shove it. Are we playing Phone Destroyer tonight? I don't know even what the game is or how appropriate it is for stream, so I might have to vet that out a little bit before I decide that I'm going to do the thing. But I could see doing those sorts of things as a fun thing to do on stream. Could get there, you never know. I stream for a long time sometimes, and then we just start going crazy. Look at this female Devala. She doesn't even get to play. Good night. Alright, so we can see that her female Devala damage here was quite low. For this level, this is a pretty low amount of healing for a female Devala to have. So, not even as much as our male Karguk. So, that's why those traits are working well, because we're on a heavy crowd control team, and we're just not letting the enemy play as much as they want to be playing. Not appropriate for streaming, for sure. Well, I'm glad you warned me. What were you trying to do? Get me canceled? So, yeah, I would say the team works out pretty well, and if you get those traits switched around, you're going to be pretty happy with it. Write it down if you want to write it down, but the traits I would switch is Fierce into Honorable, or you could go Aggressive and Steadfast. Since you're doing the Hexproof thing, I would probably just go for Honorable here. On her, I think that she's fine, although if you had a Sanguine or a Hulking on the team, it would definitely help you because your damage is low, so that's a consideration you could make. This guy we're keeping exactly as he was. Switching out Cunning for Brutal here. And then switching out Cunning for probably Energetic is what I would go with. But if you really wanted to, you could go for Agile or even Lionheart here. Whatever blows your skirt up, I would recommend Energetic. It's, you know, it's up to you. You're playing the long game on these teams. You don't want somebody who's going to get one shot when you're playing a CC team that's trying to extend battles. You want to have an extra health pool to be able to survive that. So that is my suggestions there. And I think that might be, you know, the rest of the account review. I don't know if I missed anything. I'll give you a second to let me know that I missed something. Look at those stones. Bro, click your boxes. Click the boxes. What are you doing? You wake up on Christmas and you just go, oh, look at all that garbage under the tree. I will walk by it now. What are you doing? Gotta use your stuff. It's important. Although I do support saving these boxes. Ton of intimacy items saved up. Look at us. All of these things. You had 100 of the stamina potions. I would say that you really like to play this game, but you hate doing the maintenance. That's when I look at your account, I feel like you hate doing the maintenance stuff. That's just what I'm saying. Paho says, how dare you not like going live on stream? Yeah, you know, I do really love going live on stream. It's one of my favorite things to do. And not just because Jordan Fetcher a couple of times went absolutely bonkers with the donations and bumped up my YouTube revenue by like double. But it's just fun to do, you know? And even though And as expected, I don't want this to sound like I don't appreciate it. God, I better not even just say it. But even though the donations, people come in and when they're new to the stream, they are more likely to donate. And then if I stream a couple times a week, you can't. God damn it. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. I guess I said I shouldn't even say it. But thank you. Thank you very much. And also, once this blizzard is done outside, your shirt is going to be on the way. And by the way, I think after I've gotten a couple of the shirts now, I think that's the best shirt in the best color. And also, thank you. I swear I was talking about something. It was... I don't know. The more often you stream, the less people are like to donate, and I don't care about the donations, so just streaming in general is really fun for me. It's like the way that I like to hang out. I named my channel Rage Panda 1 and Friends because you guys are all my friends. We nerd out about the thing that we like together, and it's, it's a good time. Paho says, Jordan, if you someday learn German, then you're welcome on my streams as well. Oh, yeah. Jordan is too good to me. Closest I'll ever get to having a sugar daddy. And he'll never donate again because I said that. Big donos, indeed. Had those boxes saved for jigsaws that never happen anymore. That's a good point. I stand corrected. Maybe saving those has some value. I could see how that would help a little bit. Spy Fox, do you think that I have done the thing that you would like me to do on your account? I feel like this was a really good account review. We had some really great successful stuff. It wasn't like the Neo Geo level account of Jordan with another $20. He says, I'm your daddy now. Thank you. Thank you again. And man, I don't know. I'm going to start the Only Pandas channel up because this is, I could get used to this. I'm just saying. And luckily, all these times when my screen goes black because of OBS is not doing the thing it's supposed to do, Jordan is getting us much closer to getting that new computer so we can reduce those issues and hopefully make it so that editing videos takes about half as long so I can spend more time on all of the extra features of editing rather than just slogging through it. Sometimes I have to not do all of the fun, exciting animation type of stuff that I want to do because it really bogs down the computer. So, thank you, Jordan. You are making a huge difference, and we all appreciate it. We definitely all appreciate it. My kids, every time they see a donation, are like, Dad, you're doing it! So that is always good to see. While we're on the happy train, let's go ahead and bring it down by seeing exactly how many of these companion summoning. 670! Oh! Ooh, child. That's a lot. Oh, Paho, I can't read that out loud because he's going to consider it a challenge. So, alright, I think that I am done with the Spy Fox account. I think you're doing really, really great. Fix a couple of those trait things and you're going to be crushing people even more with your non-standard team. And that's going to make them feel bad. And that's what the game is all about. And then after that, I want you to make sure that you get your districts in order with the actual correct people. I honestly think you could be considerably higher than you already are. And you already are pretty high. So I feel like you could gain a lot from doing that. And then every time you spend one of your fancy little gold chests that you got 11 bojillion of, you're going to be a rich, rich man, and that's going to let you have big, big teams to do big, big damage. Chaos Cavern says, nope, I'm not reading that. Nope. Not doing it. I'm not holding up the red flag to make this bull come charging at me one more time. Jordan, I don't understand what you just said, but I feel like I can't say it on stream. Oh, man. Oh, now I read the message above, and then I feel bad. I feel bad, Jordan. I, too, have gone through the Big D, and I don't mean Dallas. Jordan Fetcher with another $1. He's got the donos for days. All right, all right, all right. I'm going to log out of this one, so I got to change my screen so I don't give away anybody's information. Spy Fox, big thank you to you. Of course, this screen has gone black. Why would it not? All right. OBS. We are on the same team, bro. No. OBS. Good. It's fine. You guys are the most forgiving of my time delays, and I don't know how to fix that. I'm going to totally restart that instance of BlueStacks. I don't want to have a black screen up here, so we'll put this account back on. Got to go to my BlueStacks manager, got to start a new instance, got to hope for the best. Oh, it's a struggle. The struggle, she is real. OBS is a hater. I agree. I didn't know that OBS stood for Haters Anonymous, but that's what it does. That's what it do. Yeah, Jordan, mine's been quite a while too. And I'll tell you something. This is going to sound weird, but divorce was probably the best thing that ever happened to me. It was not a good fit, and staying in it would have been even worse. So sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Paho is just breaking all of the rules. Luckily, if I don't say it out loud, I don't think I get in trouble. Oh, you guys, getting into the dark, deep, dark, heartbreaking stories. Go into the stats while I'm trying to get it to work. That's a good idea. That's a good plan. Give you guys something to look at. Almost 1,000 hours of playtime. I mean, how mad can we really be at GOAT Games when they're giving us that many hours of mostly enjoyment? It's, you know, maybe we shouldn't freak out on them. Maybe I'm guilty of doing that a little too much. I don't know. You gotta do what you gotta do. Redbeard says, if you're staying in America, just don't get married. That's the solution. I ended up getting remarried, and I am much happier this time around, so I can't totally support giving up on love. But, you know, I guess sometimes that's what you gotta do. All right, BlueStacks/OBS in combination. Thank you. Oh, look, guys. It's the Gultung champions. Are you thrilled and excited? All right, one moment while I log out of the other one. You know the drill. We've all been here before. This ain't our first rodeo. All right, big thank you to Spy Fox. I probably should do another spin on the wheel. But I don't think we're going to do another account review because that one was pretty long, right? We talked about a lot of other stuff in the meantime, but that was a pretty long one. That's what she said. Steel Spartan says, I play entirely too much. I have a theory about the play times, and I think that the people who always play Valley of Conquerors, and especially Guild Conquest, are going to have times that are way higher than everybody else because, you know, it's like a job. It's a job. Chaos Cavern has canceled me for saying that's what she said. Is that not allowed anymore? I don't know. I don't keep up with that stuff. I think canceling is dumb. Miranda says, love is overrated. I'll just be me. That's a little bit jaded for an actual fetus to say. Sorry, you called me a boomer twice. You brought this on yourself. You brought this on yourself. Can I do my divinations yet? I want the diamonds. Oh, All right. So a reminder for those who are just tuning in or tuned in during the account review, in a last-ditch Hail Mary attempt, we got our last companion shard by frivolously throwing away diamonds in the roulette wheel, and then we got our Galabar. Look at this! Look at this little lady. She got all the vines and stuff, what she made her own little chair out of, I guess. Kind of weird. But yeah, we're starting to get a lot of companions here. Largely due to the support of Jordan, who, by the way, has done enough. So yeah, that's feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good, I dare say. I didn't expect that to be happening, which is why I spent all of my vigor potions. Oh yeah, I did that on the other account. Never mind. Oh, it's hard to keep it straight sometimes. Steel Spartan says his playtime is 13 or 1500. Crazy. That is crazy. Jimmy, I will try the South Park Phone Destroyer. Can you message me in DMs on Discord? Because a lot of times when I'm streaming, this is just stream of consciousness. Like, you guys are really getting a deep dive into who I am as a person, because if I'm trying to play a game and read the chat and talk at the same time, I can't control or filter myself so much, and I generally don't even remember what I was saying. So if you ask me what I was just talking about, I would probably not even be able to tell you. It is just a stream of consciousness. Shane, I would say you probably don't do as much Guild Conquest, if any at all, based on that time frame and how long I know you've been playing for. But you guys would be shocked if you saw mine, because I don't play Guild Conquest at all. And on my main account, I haven't been playing Valley of Conquerors since I started the free-to-play, because I can't keep up with it. And I feel like the Valley of Conquerors on the free-to-play is a little more important right now. Maybe I need to be better at scheduling my time. That's probably true. But I also hate Guild Conquest, and I think that it's bad for the game. Honestly, I don't think there's many people that truly like it for exactly what it is. I think people like it for the rewards. Jordan Fetcher with the $10 says, at Paho, like how I trust Rage Panda 1 with his money to buy a new PC for better content for our loyal viewers. I guess we're starting the, what is it, the UNICEF donations. I need the, in the arms of the angels, fly away from here, for just $10 in donations. This Rage Panda 1 can get off of the streets and into a brand new computer to make even better content for you and the world. Send in now, and we'll send you pictures and updates as your panda builds his own computer. Anybody, do you remember those commercials? Have I just wasted all of your time because nobody gets it? These things do happen. Level 22 traits, by the way. I know I was slacking on that for a while, but we're there. Michael Painter says, as long as it's not the same 8-year-old kid needing a cure for cancer as you had on the stream 20 years ago. Yeah. That kid with the fly skating around his eyeball. Why is there always a fly on the kid? It's like they do it on purpose. But don't get me wrong. It's good to help people. I don't particularly trust charities all that much. Chris, I would love to read that out because it's funny, but I'm afraid to say that on stream. You know, sometimes you gotta be a little bit careful with what you do. All right, who else do I want to make babies with? I guess I'm out of spaces actually. Dang it! I should have made a Galabar, and we could have talked about how the developers didn't even make the kids the right shade, I will say. Yeah, we could refer to the adults as food, just not the young ones. All right. My back be hurting a little bit, you know. Getting a little sore. But that's my life. I'm thinking about doing a dungeon descent on my free-to-play, which I'm supposed to do. Apparently I was supposed to have it done already. We're going to switch over. Check it out, see how it do. I could have swore that I had all day today to do it. But, you know, I sleep at the wrong time, so my days are half and half. If it's game related, I can say those jokes. Good. That is good. Hey guys, remember that time Jordan came in and donated a bunch of stuff to the stream and turned my frown upside down? What a guy. What an absolute legend of a guy. Oh, it's exciting. It is invigorating, as they say. Just going to check this quick. Got to do my red dots. Yeah, see, I still got a day left. So these timers are, they're not the same. I knew it. I was getting bamboozled. Bamboozled. All right, once again, we don't care too much which quests we get. We're just in a hurry, so we're clicking them. Easy peasy. And we're going to check in on this little crazy person there. Solid. Oh, I was capped. It's painful. Painful to come in and be capped on your stuff. Although I was supposed to clear all this out before I started streaming, and I was eating myself a cream cheese bagel. Getting some energy. Getting some energy for the stream. Ultimate Venom Games says the right shade, Panda. How dare you? How dare you? Yeah. Well, I don't know if you know this, but the Galabar kids come out as the same as the Trevains. And I'm not saying that there's something wrong with that. I'm just saying it's not what I expected. Okay? Let's all be on the same page. Oh, I think I'll just go with this team here. You know, I do like to orient them into this position. Different server stuff can be weird, and it's real annoying when they do that. If you ask me. I don't think they thought it through all that much. It's fine if that's your server, then it doesn't matter, right? And if you're playing more than one server, it can be nice to have more than one option of things that you're doing. However, if you take into account that people are content creators and we're trying to inform the community, and then all of a sudden everything's different, well, then it's not so bueno, as they say. Morgan Steers over here says, Potion Seller, I need your strongest potion. I'll give you a love potion. How about that? Because I love you, Morgan Steers. Deal with it. You don't like it? Write a letter to your congressman. It's about the only recourse you have at this point. What, are they going to sue me for love? They can't. Couldn't possibly. The old Momo. The Momo up in here. You just missed it. You just missed Jordan going crazy with the donations. Or maybe you were here for it and you were just lurking. Were you lurking on me? Is that how you want to live your life? I never know how many people are actually in the chat because I guess that's not super important to me, so I don't look. I could bring up the website and everything, I just don't. But, you know, I feel like there's probably lots of lurkers, you know? Good 20 people at least that are just, they watch, but they never say anything. And that's fine. Live your best life. Did I go as well to the altar there was something changed on the altar? I didn't see what was changed on the altar. It doesn't matter which side anymore. Okay, well, we're backing out. This could be a huge bombshell. That can't be true. There's no way that's true. This guy's trolling me, and I know he's trolling me because that would be wildly overpowered, so there's no possible way that that's true. I don't even think I don't feel like I even need to test it. There's literally no shot that that's true. How about that? See, because it would say up here, upgrade to Mythic. You're trying to get me to break one of my Mythics by trolling. You're not going to get me just because I was thinking about something else. Ya trolly boy. Don't listen to Paho, guys. He's tricking you. Send me a video of you doing it, then I'll believe you. A lot of people are afraid of these female luxuriants, not me. Boom. Get absolutely roasted, female luxuriant. Bam. Got yelled at by a Samir. Now you're feeling bad. Love roller coaster. Roller coaster of love. I think that I used to know how to play that, but it's not. It doesn't sound so good with just the guitar, I should say. The bass line and drums really add the heart and soul to most of their songs. That little flea action. Still has to be of the same type? What do you mean? If it has to be of the same... Oh, you're saying it has to be on the left. Just can be in the right instead of the left? Well, that's weird. That is basically not a change, if you ask me. It keeps people from getting a little screwed over, which I do appreciate. Is that female? I don't want to have to ask her pronouns to figure out where I'm going to put my people, you know? Panda go down on the merry-go-round. Yeah, I know, Under the Bridge. Is that close enough? Even though I can't play those songs because then I got to share my revenue with them. Which is not my favorite, and I don't exactly know how that works or like what percentage we're talking. Do they get a portion of the revenue for the whole stream? How much is that portion? I don't know. I don't know. Even though we're crushing this, it's always good in the first round to get a couple of extra. You know that. You know how we do. I get what you're saying now, Paho. It's got to be the same, and it just keeps you from being able to screw it up. That's a good change. I didn't realize that it wasn't already like that. I have never, never personally run into that error before. Now that song is in my head, bro. What are you doing to me, bro? I'm gonna have to play the get songs stuck in people's heads game. What's your number one pet peeve song that you hate having in your head? Is it I'm blue da ba dee da boo die da ba dee da boo die da boo dee da boo die? I hate that one because I love it. It's so catchy and it gets stuck in your brain and you just can't stop. Chris Hart says I'm in favor of stoner-friendly changes like that. Well, I am glad they got your back there, Smokey Joe. Sorry, I don't want to start name-calling or anything and get in trouble here. Rage, now you're a boomer. So I was thinking about Baby Shark. I don't want to alarm you, but I know how to play Baby Shark on my guitar. There is not a single thing in this world that is more important to me than my children, and I will sit there and sing Baby Shark 11 times if that's what they want to hear. Of course, since that time, I've had to teach them how to have good taste in music so that I didn't have to do that anymore. Sometimes you got to work for yourself, you know? So, but yeah, I definitely do know how to play that song. I'm really terrible at learning the songs I'm supposed to learn. I think the only song like people expect you to learn that I actually kind of know is Wonderwall, but that's just because it's a meme. And if you don't know it, then everybody says, play Wonderwall, and you're like, oh, okay. I'll have to look it up. You don't even know Wonderwall? I thought you could play guitar. So, you know, eventually you learn them. Sort of the same thing with Freebird. I started learning that one a while ago, and then it's just like a 9-minute song, and people say, play Freebird as a joke, and then 9 minutes later, you're all still doing the thing as a result of the joke, and it's not fun anymore. Jordan says, Baby Shark song sucks. Jordan Shark doo 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 doo. Oh, sorry, buddy. You don't deserve that, but I did it to you anyway. You really don't. Oh, I do wish I had the Gultung, though. I'm not going to do it because I'm trying to set an example here. But I would much rather on this free-to-play account have Gultung than Devala. Much rather. Malaguena? Yeah, I learned a little bit of that as well. Alright. How many stones do I have? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. 235. Yeah, I like to play a little bit of finger picking stuff. It's pretty fun. Oh, it's time to say goodnight to the kiddos. Bedtime for the kiddos. They did a very good job of being quiet. They were supposed to be at wrestling practice for the stream. That's why I decided to schedule it, because it would be quiet. But they did a great job. Hey, sweetie.
Bye. Love you, night.
Love you, night.
I want to say bye.
Well, you can say goodnight to everybody on the stream. Say goodnight, friends.
Good night, friends.
That was Zelda. Where's my Ollie boy?
He's coming.
Oh, he coming. Oh, Lord, he coming. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom. Hey, cool dude. I love you.
What do you do?
You want to say goodnight to the stream? Say goodnight, friends.
Good night, friends.
He did a cool pose, too. All my friends are saying goodnight to you guys.
Yeah.
All right, love you, night.
Love you, night.
I love you more.
I love you too, Patrick. A lot.
Oh, man. I'll get you next time, boy. You win this time.
Oh, never.
You're lucky. Oh, they're my whole world. I just love my little babies so much. Sorry, guys. They'll always be more important. Oh, they are the best. I did name my daughter Zelda. That is correct. Her name is Zelda Rose. And she is just like her daddy. Always making up songs. She's really smart. I don't think she got that from me. But you know what? We're going to take this crit bow. Because crit works now. So we may as well try it out. Yeah. I want my crit numbers to be yellow. Who's with me? Who wants yellow crit numbers? Let's start a rally. I mean, of course I like Sonic. Who doesn't like Sonic? I surely do. Although I never really got it that much as a kid. You know, you just run around. There can be a little bit of strategy involved in that game, but I never had that. Your niece's name is Zelda Rose? How dare you? I never thought anybody would have that name. My son's name is Oliver James. We call him Ollie. And he is a cool dude. Steel Spartan Mega Man is my jam. My favorite franchise probably ever. Love me, Mega Man. They did all of those remasters and released them on like the Xbox stores and stuff. Got them all. Got them all. I'm also a collector of NES and Super NES, SNES games. People love to say SNES. Stop saying SNES. Super Nintendo. You're speaking with your voice. You don't need to shorten it with an acronym. You can just say Super Nintendo. You are speaking with your voice. And when you say SNES, I go, what? Bless you. Did you sneeze? Because that sounded like a bodily function instead of a word. Sorry. It is a small world, after all. Especially in Mega Man, those soundtracks though, bro. Mega Man 2, that OST as they call it. Hype. Super hype. Haven't been paying attention to my health bars at all, but I'm doing all right. We crushing it. Final Fantasy is also very good. I think Final Fantasy Tactics is my favorite. I really like the tactics style games. But all of the old SNES versions were really good as well. I say recently, but a few years ago, I played through the original Final Fantasy on the NES, and that was pretty fun. I do like all of those sorts of games, although I like community-based stuff. Shocker. Rage Panda likes community-based stuff. So usually when I'm playing games, I like to either be playing a single-player game that everybody's playing and we can all talk about it and share our fun experiences, or I like to play multiplayer stuff. And I think a lot of those old RPG games and stuff I got into more because, you know, sitting there with your brother, you playing the game, having a good time, you talk about it with your friends at school, felt more like a community. Now these days when I play a single-player game, with the exception of this Harry Potter game that I'm playing right now, it feels a little more like I'm just doing it for myself and I'm an adult and I should be spending my time better. So, you know. Final Fantasy VII is great. I was disappointed that they didn't do the full HD remaster that they were talking like with the movie quality graphics, and they just kind of did a high resolution port of it. Really wanted to see that one completely redone, but being the exact same game. That would have been amazing. And I think they're just still holding on to that card because they know it's going to be amazing. Anytime they want a couple of dollars, they can just ship that one out and they're going to be real happy with it. Michael Painter says, I never thought anyone would have my daughter's spelling of her name. Then met another sailor with a daughter also named Sarah. Ah, yes, the old Sarah Angels. What were they? Flying Vigilant 4-4s or something like that? They were pretty big units. The old white mana. I too enjoyed them. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong about that. I haven't played Magic seriously in good 10 years. But I did like that. And I like games like that, like Slay the Spire. Ooh, child. I could stream me some Slay the Spire and be having a really good time. I like those kinds of games. Hey, I did it right. I remembered the thing. Yeah, sure, we'll do that one. Okay. X was honestly your favorite for the Final Fantasy ones? With, what was the bubble sports? Playing the bubble sports game? Titus, was that the main character? I also played through Final Fantasy X, but I played through it like when it was content. So that's been many moons. Many moons. 4-4 flying, but no vigilance. Yeah, I remember her being real good. Real good. Flying was real nasty back in those days, too. I feel like when I stopped playing, I don't remember exactly when I stopped playing, but flying was less effective because there was more meta counters for it. Blitzball, that's the one. Oh man, dude, we could have so much fun playing through all of those old games on stream. If only I was a interesting enough host to keep everybody's attention. I think that maybe I'd be able to handle that and 5 people would have fun, but I don't think that the whole stream would be sticking around saying, oh, I can't wait to see him play another game I never heard of. That could be really fun. You see, I thought that she had vigilance as well. I don't remember First Strike, but, you know, what are you going to do? Goes back to the Alpha Beta Unlimited days. Change to the revolving format. Yeah, I don't like the revolving format. I started really playing a lot in M10. And then they did like a Zendikar release or something, and they had a couple more. And I'm like, oh, this is cool. There's a bunch of new content. And then I realized that some of my cards were falling out of favor, and I couldn't use them anymore. And then I was like, this is dumb. I paid for this. Why can I not use it? I get it. I just feel like the revolving format would be better if it was like a slightly longer period of time. But they're playing for the whales, right? It's just like in this game. They're pumping out the content to keep the people who buy it all the time buying it all the time. They don't want you to get set and have your deck and then never buy their stuff again. Their poor little babies would starve if they did that. Jester Jack says, I have unresolved rage towards seagulls due to Final Fantasy X. That is fair. Tactics is my jam. I have to say that those tactics games are definitely my jam. I like analyzing things and making decisions that are more impactful. Oh, hey, look at this. We got the Crystal of Wrath. Now we're starting to get somewhere. Which is why I like games like Slay the Spire and all that good stuff. Jimmy Horatio asked me what colors I liked to play in Magic. I didn't really have specific colors, but because of the playstyle that I prefer, it sort of leaned into being more of a red-white type of thing. I like fast decks. There was... Oh, what was it? Alara Reborn or something. They had Ceradon yearlings that were a red-white, and they were like 2/2 first strikes or 2/2 haste, something like that. And they would just tear your people asunder. Paho says something I'll never understand, but he is going to bed. Good night, good sir. Thank you for stopping in and enjoying the stream for a little while. Same goes for anybody who may have to dip out. Every little bit of support really does go a long way, and you guys are probably too kind to me in terms of support. But, you know, I'll keep trying to be worthy of it the best that I can. Just one man after all, you know, you can't make everybody happy, but you can certainly try. Steel Spartan likes Artifact in green. Those big boys. I like me some heckin' chonkers. That's what I like. Should I reset this, or do you guys think that's lame? Should I reset it to get the type of item that I want in the shop? Gonna wait for the... In fact, I'm gonna get another Diet Pepsi. Maybe a little potty break while you guys tell me if I should switch it. Alrighty then. Lolbit says, night night, Tiny Panda. If you gotta go, buddy, I sure do appreciate you stopping in. Have we decided if I should reset the store? Seems like D. Schroeder says I have never seen reset work. Well, right now she's got the I don't know what that's called. I don't want to click on it because I don't want to buy it. But we're gonna go ahead and go back. We go to our safe level. Then we click on 5. And boom, she got a different item. And then we can just keep doing that until we get the one that we want. I think it's a little bit exploity. I don't feel good about doing it, but I feel like also doing exploity things that only affects you on your own progress is not so scummy. if this was a PvP thing, it would be very scummy, and I would have a very negative opinion on it. Lulbit says he was a bit late. You know what? It's okay to be a bit late. At least you're here now. That's all that matters. All of the friends are coming together. Do wish we had our snagger. Alright, I'm only doing this one more time because I don't really care that much. I just was hoping to have a good start for the crew, just to make it an easier, faster run for everybody else. But I guess we're going Cursed Scepter. It is what it is. Literally don't care. Little bonus attack there. Nice. You said if it wasn't so boring, you might not do it. Dungeon Descent being boring, and you might not have to reset it over and over again. Yeah, I agree. I'm kind of in the same camp. It helps so much to get through it quickly that if you can make every single battle go considerably faster, it can be worth it. Refreshing the goblin deals would be amazing. I agree, but it would also be overpowered. I don't want to say that they've reduced how many times you get the 90% off deals, but I feel like I've been getting them less and less. But that's also how RNG works. So there's no reason to pull out the pitchforks and torches just yet. Sure, I'll spin the thing. The old gobbo. How come we don't have a goblin race in the game yet? Aside from the merchant. What, is he not so good at the combat? Come on, give him a shot. He'll do it. Throw gold coins at people. And then immediately pick them up because goblins are greedy. Apparently, according to this new Gultung Thing, we should be calling them goblin games. Because you can't trust them. And they smell like turnips. And they're greedy. And I hope that that is okay to be slightly racist against goblins. Because they're fake. It's fictional. Goblins would be cool. I do like goblins in general. I was going to write a graphic novel one time that was about a goblin. And it was kind of an epic story. But the main narrative was going to be about how goblins are often the victims of racism and how this one man's going to overcome. And then I got bored of the topic because it's all you ever hear about now. So that never came to fruition. There was some real uppity high elves that controlled everything in the story, and it was good. It was some good stuff. But you know me, I just do everything. Michael Painter says he sees a lot more of the 96% off rings lately. Still happy? Yeah, I never buy those. Maybe I should. I haven't pushed Vigor as hard as I honestly should be. I really, if I was going to do an account review on my own, I would say, bro, you need to push your Vigor. What is you doing? But, you know, I've been winning most of my fights anyway, so I never do it. Doesn't mean it's the right way to be. Just the way that I am. Oh, Goblin Slayer did it right and just killed all goblins, said Redbeard. Oh, my man. I suppose, you know. Sounds like an Alliance player to me. Oh, boy. The back do be hurting, guys. I don't know what I did, but I slipped something somewhere. Have I not seen that show? What show? What are we talking about? Goblin races? .hack? I have seen a little bit of that. But not very much. They're giving me some boring pickups here. Oh, Goblin Slayer. No, I also have not seen that. The good guys instead of the elves they've been working for. Yeah, in my story, the goblins were the good guys. I like a nice underdog story. I'm going to take this Samir out for now because he's getting a little doo-dooed on. Running out of healing items. This is what happens when you don't get your energy gem or your potion of rage. Is my chair that bad? Can you really hear it like all the time? Oh, you mean because of my back? Yeah, no, it's just because my back is mechanically broken. I have a feeling that the spot where I had surgery done to remove most of my disc, I feel like they said that I'd be at risk of it herniating again, and I think it might have done that. Hoping not the case. I'm trying to do more stretching and stuff and see if it just heals itself, but even though I'm a relatively thin guy, not super overweight, I also am diabetic, and so healing is not the thing that my body loves to do the most. Jordan says, do not. I repeat, do not watch that around the kids. That is fair. That is super fair. Oh, Slimes as the hero would be hilarious. Now we're talking. Gelatinous cube male, black ooze female. Got a D&D player up in our midst, guys. He's been outed. Yeah, I was doing a little bit of yoga for a while, and sometimes it helps, sometimes it hurts. I was doing that 75 hard program where you got to work out twice a day, and for several of my workouts, I would do yoga in one of them, and in one particular instance, I did exactly the wrong pose, and I almost couldn't walk for the rest of the day. It was pretty rough. But you just got to know your limits with that sort of stuff, and I was finding them. I think part of it is that the kids are getting above the weight limit that I'm supposed to pick up, so, you know, everybody has their struggles in life, and that just happens to be one of mine. Maybe I should bring my Fuggrel back to life. Do you guys ever read it like that when you say female Uggrel with just the F? I always read it as Fuggrel. Which is not a swear, guys. That's not a swear. That's totally normal. Jimmy Horatio says, my father's got his disc removed because of a hernia. Needs a special chair. And also yoga helps a lot. Yeah, if I had a special chair, I'd be happy. Being reclined would be the most ideal, but that can be hard to do work at a computer like that. I've made it work here and there, but it has its own issues. Then you start getting neck problems. So you kind of got to keep finding new ways to sit. Discs tend to domino like that. Yeah. Honestly, I have a great fear of breaking the law and getting in trouble because the court, I basically never do break the law. I never do get in trouble, but every time I've ever needed the assistance of the government officials, it has not gone my way. And in fact, sometimes it's gone extremely not my way. So I have a great fear of breaking the law because I'm sure that whatever would happen, it would be the worst possible version of it for me. Otherwise, I probably would be smoking them trees, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely smoking them trees. But it ain't legal here, so I'm not going to risk it. I got kids and stuff. I can't be selfish like that. Not saying that it is terribly selfish, but if I was going to get in trouble, it would affect more people than just me. Michael Painter says, don't read that out loud. What is it? The L5S1? Is that where my disc problem is? Something like that. It's the lower back. I don't remember. Yes, I'm a Wisconsin boy, so I could go to Illinois and, blaze it up, but Not here. If it was an option, I would do it. I have actually, my doctor gives me pain pills for it, but when they give you pain pills for stuff that is a chronic issue, hey, Roscanes, I don't know how to read that word. Juris Roskelns. I've done it. That's how you do it. Welcome to Legendary, my friend. Welcome to the membership program where you get very little for supporting me, except for that I appreciate that you supported me. Again, if you guys think that I need to add more incentives to that, I'm not trying to trick people out of their money. I want everybody to have all of the benefits right away. You let me know if I should be doing more there. Hey, we got Jaded Fairy up in here with the Legendary. Thank you. Thank you very much for the support. You guys, thanks. That feels so good. Oh, it's like a warm internet hug every time. I think I said the right thing with the L5S1 disc. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I don't know. Try not to worry about it too much. When you start to worry about the things that you can't do anymore because of it, like I used to be a big skateboarder. That was a way I stayed in shape and had a good time. I just can't ever do it again. And it gets real depressing if you start thinking about all the stuff you can't ever do again. Instead of that, I like to think of all the things that I can do. That's why I practice the art, and I practice the guitar, and I practice making the videos. And hey, maybe I'm just distracting myself instead of coping. Uh-oh. Kai says, I will smoke one for you. Oh boy, this guy. Well, I'm glad you're here for me. Anyway, I was talking about the pain pills. When they give you stuff for the long-term chronic issues like that, they usually don't give you the best stuff because it becomes addictive and it can ruin your life. So, luckily it's not ruining my life, but sometimes it also just straight up doesn't help at all. And I also try to use them very sparingly because I would hate to become addicted to them. That would be awful. That's how people get into more extreme situations that I would like to avoid. Chaos Cavern says, wow, first time I failed Dungeon Descent. M-Tide kept getting charmed and nuked all your people. Well, that can be a rough one. And if you have somebody that's strong enough to do that, it can be worth it to try to avoid the female luxuriant fights as often as you can. And then you take these ones that might be a little bit easier. But I don't know. I don't worry about it too much until it starts to be a problem and then you climb an uphill the whole time. I do like reducing their health, Michael, but it has diminishing returns. So the more of them you stack up, the less effect you're getting from it, and you need to be aware sort of how many you're putting on there. That's why I generally will pick getting extra damage first, because you know that that's always just going to be giving you the full bonus. And if you end up getting stuck with the reducing health and defense and all that good stuff, you're probably going to get enough of them that way. All right, Jordan, thanks again for coming. Thanks again for all the donations. You're an absolute legend. I can't believe you treat me so well. And, you know, I hope you catch up on the rest of the stream later. And if you don't, that's fine too. Either way, thanks for stopping by. Guys, we still don't have Energy Gem and we still don't have Potion of Rage. What have I done? Although this Dwarven Shield's pretty good. I might take a little Dwarven Shield. Got anybody to res? Not right now. We're doing okay on health. That female Lion Stone we picked up is not so great. Yeah, that marksman build can do a lot of damage to your own people. Real quick like. The real trick to Dungeon Descent is just don't push your campaign too far, and then it's going to be super easy. I pushed mine pretty far on this one so that I can unlock a new district. And that caused me to be a little bit behind on this, but we're just about caught up to where it's easy now. Steel Spartan says, you're at the point now where as long as you get health stones, it's an easy win. Well, that is a good thing. That is for sure a good thing. But I think when you get towards the 14 and 15 stars, that's where they plan on you ending the campaign anyway. So you end up being relatively tuned into where you're supposed to be. On the final chapter, yeah, that's what I would have guessed. Doesn't the dread, because, oh man. Fate, you're killing me. The monsters get tougher. What are you typing? I'm trying to read this and I can't. Doesn't the dread, because the monsters get tougher, become more effective as monsters get tougher? Okay, we got there. Oh, punctuation, my friend. You killed me there. Killed me. It's because I wasn't smart enough, not because it didn't have the commas. But still. I'm not sure what you mean by the dread. Was that one of the relics I picked up? Is that what I'm missing? Could be. Michael Painter says, mine is definitely pushed way too far for my power, but still doable. Yeah, they try to keep it so that you can never push it so far that you can't recover, and that's good. Because if you beat the campaign and you could no longer win, and it just wasn't possible in the game to get enough power to win, that would be horrible. Luckily, that is not the case. Decram says, get good, streamer. Yeah, well, I'm doing my best, okay? I'm just one man. But welcome to the stream, homie. Cool to see friends coming in and supporting. Oh, reducing the total hit points of monsters? Yeah. It is very strong against the higher quality people, but I don't think that makes up for the diminishing returns that you're going to see. So it does for a while. Like, you don't just pick one and then that's the only one you pick. I'm just saying there's a point where the diminishing returns get to the point where it's not worth it anymore. Finally, we got our energy gem and we are on the board, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to do all the damage and, kick all the butts and take all the names. I prefer Potion of Rage, but energy gem is also quite good. Michael Painter says, but diminishing returns still hit, unlike with straight bonuses. That is correct. Because the thing is, it's just about the effectiveness that you're getting, right? You're picking one thing or the other. So even with diminishing returns, reducing their health is still good. But if you're scaling your own strength and you're getting more of a bonus from that, that's why that one stays better. In my opinion. Sure, we'll grab a Stone of Life. It's fine. The debuffs are... I'm saying that you need a balance, just to be clear. I'm not saying that I don't like the reduction. I'm saying I just pick the strength stuff first because I will inevitably be forced to take the other ones anyway, and if I take too many of the other ones, then it's not as good. So I'm not saying the other ones are bad. I'm just saying that strategically, I think I give myself more options by picking the strength first. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, the health stones are really where it's at. That's the play. Energy gem, health stones, potion of rage. Get those. Have fun. You're going to win. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it. Fate, I would also like to see an actual boss monster. An actual boss monster at the end of each thing. Especially since they, have them in the game already. What are you waiting for, guys? Now that I got all of the stuff I got, I probably don't need to keep killing extras. I can probably just zoom. Still hoping to get a couple more strength bonuses here and there. Man, my game is not running well. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do after all? Hey, does anybody see in the chat how many people we got watching the stream? I do love to see those numbers. It's not really a new champion release, so it can't be too crazy high, but Michael Painter wants to see more than 25 floors, and he is also totally alone on that. I don't think anybody else. Wow, 43. Guys, you're treating me so well. Thanks for supporting me and watching me. You are cool people, and we are friends. And if you want to be one of Rage Panda 1's friends, then you go to Rage Panda 1 and Friends Discord channel, which should be linked in the description. And we all talk about the game, and we have a lot of good interactions over there. We have had one person turn into a total D-bag, but they saw themselves out very quickly. Thanks to the actually fairly even-keeled responses of the people around them. They realized, oh wait, I'm being a douche and I should leave. Amazing how that works when you just used honest communication. I'm not reading all of these. What do you think, I'm going to use these eyeballs? You crazy. Always Blazin' says, we love you, Panda. Well, I love you too. And I don't care who knows it. Chaos Cavern says, F that, it needs to be reduced. You know, if you had all week and they made it more floors, I think that could be cool. You could get a little deeper into the runs and make them pretty strong. Chaos Cavern, I'm not reading that. I'm not doing it. Morgan Tate says, technically it's 42 watching, as I am only listening while I terrorize my pets by cleaning their cages. Thank you very much, Morgan, for that clarification. And I'm glad that I can be a little soothing audio in the background. Should I be doing the radio host? And next up, we've got the top 40 countdown. Do they like that? Is that good for the animals? Keep them calm. You gotta keep them calm. Oh, Dungeon Descent is way more fun doing it on stream. I don't know how fun it is for you guys to watch, and I hope that it is. But it is way more fun to do on stream. And I would suggest that if you don't love doing your Dungeon Descents, you should do them while I'm doing mine on the stream. It's starting to sound like Jackbox. Yeah. I mean, maybe I've been playing a little too much of it. It is fun, though. It is a fun thing that we do around here. People seem to like it. There's that boss. Come here, you. Gonna give him a what for. I don't know where that phrase comes from. I think that this is my estimation of how that probably came about. Somewhere, long ago, there was a parent, and the parent said, hey, child, do thing. And child says, I'm not doing the thing. What for? And then the parent said, I'll give you a what for. And then it stuck. And no kid ever said what for again, but parents continued to use that as a way to get what they were trying to get. I don't know, bro. These are all pretty good. I think I'll go with that one. Never heard me do what, lol bits? What have I not done? Is there a thing I need to do for you? In what way could I make you a happier person today? That is my job as an entertainer, which I guess is... that's what I do now. I'm an entertainer, guys. Wouldn't that be a great job title? D. Schroeder says, I'm doing Dungeon Descent right now. That's right. Bunch of friends hanging around the fire. You know, we're just sitting here playing our phone games, getting our Dungeon Descents done. Sure does make it a lot more fun when you're hanging out with your friends. Steel Spartan says, sorry, 201 and 334. Guild versus Guild is looking ridiculous. Hopping back and forth from this chat to that. Yeah, Guild versus Guild is ridiculous. And I feel like it's so close to being a good idea. If it was just the PvE content that they had promised us, I think I would love it. I mean, rallying the teams and all of that stuff, you could still have the high score be a server-wide, cross-server type of challenge thing. That would be fun. But, you know, let us fight a group of enemies along a trail, and then when we get to the very end, we fight a boss. And then that keeps happening with some scaling stuff going on, and they get harder and harder, you know? I don't know how to make it the most interesting version, but I think that's one way you could do it, and you could even set up a raid boss where everybody queues up for the battle, and then at a certain time of day, everybody who's queued up goes into the battle, and you can click to rewatch that battle with all of the crazy amounts of people in it. I think that would be really fun. See, they need to hire me as the ideas guy. I got all the ideas for them. That's how they could be making the game better. Just make the game exactly like how I want it, and then it will be perfect for me specifically. I think that's fair, you know? Never heard me imitate a radio host? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I do it that often, but I just occasionally bust into voices, and I have no idea if I can do the voice or not. Just next thing you know, one of the people sounds like Mike Tyson, and here we go. I guess that's what we're doing. Kermit the Frog? Never tried that before. Let's see if I can do that in front of people. The thing is, guys, when you're going through life, you need to understand that nobody knows what they're doing. And when you understand that it's okay to not know what you're doing because nobody knows what they're doing, then you free yourself up to be a little bit more eccentric and to try things a little easier and be a little less hard on yourself. Like earlier, I flubbed a line and I'm not a professional, just having fun here. It was fine. We all still had fun. No reason to beat myself up over it. And you guys should live that way too. Be a little easier on yourselves, you know? Now, if you're failing to do something in your life that you know you should be doing, then you should do that thing because you'll be happier. But if you're beating yourself up over nothing, just stop it. Just stop it. Get help. It's not that serious. That's all I'm saying. Are we talking about the Panda Clan again? I sure would love to see it. You keep suggesting it to them, and they're going to have to put it in. If they want to use my logo as the clan thing, I'll let them do it. I will let them do it. Put me in the game, Goat Games. Do it. I think that would be fun. Panda Hunter with bamboo sticks. Now, I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but that's just... Chaos says the passive is the bare necessities. That's pretty good. Chris Hart says the craziest thing about becoming an adult is realizing all adults, from when you were a kid, were just as clueless then as you are now. It's true. It is very true that that is the case, and when you realize that, your views change a little bit, for one, and you also can be a little nicer to yourself. When you're going through life thinking, everybody else knows what's going on, and I'm the only person who just doesn't get it. Why do I have to just keep faking it like I know what's going on? I have no idea what's going on. That feels bad. But when you're thinking, hey, you know what? Somebody's got to do something right now. I guess it's going to be me. Let's just see what I can do. Maybe I could do some good. Next thing you know, you're building bridges. You're building bridges that way. Chris Hart continues, like, I listened to those adults. Their words had authority to me. Yeah, exactly. And then you realize that all of those rules that you thought were stupid when you were a kid and completely baseless and unfounded, you were right. You were an 8-year-old child, and you just naturally knew this rule is dumb and it doesn't make sense. And you were correct. And you got gaslit for 20 years saying, well, just do as I say and not as I do. Because I said so, that's why. Yeah, that's why I'm not a big fan of rules, because who am I to tell you what to do? I don't know what's going on. I don't pretend to know what's going on. I'm just doing my best. That was half the rules in the Marines for you? I could see that. Chaos Cavern elaborates on the Panda Clan. When about to die, become enraged, rushing to melee and bashing people with your bamboo stick. That does seem like a good one. I wouldn't mind seeing like a drunken master type of thing, you know? Carries around a big keg with some ale in there, bashing people all in the heads and stuff. You could even put cool interactions in there, like maybe the ultimate splashes the thing down, it breaks the keg open, explodes on everybody. Now they're more susceptible to fire damage. They don't have anything like that in the game. How cool would that be? I feel like that could be cool. A whole panda clan with panda healer, warrior, assassin, tank, mage. Yeah, I don't know. I think it would be really fun. It wasn't my first thing that I was, the first clan I was looking to get going. I was thinking like frost giants, some skeletons might be cool, some goblins. But the more you guys talk about the panda clan, the more I want it now. Give it to me. Give it to me. I want it now. It would be super cool to be like in the game somehow. That would be crazy. And, you know, that might happen with the Rage Panda server. But I don't know. I know that they're willing to discuss it. I don't know if they're willing to commit to it or not. But I'm not ready to actually commit to it either. So that's why we, for now, have decided we'll come back to it when we're thinking it might be time, you know? Male Panda Ultimate, Panda rages and sings a song, charming the entire team for 5 to 10 seconds. Until Panda misses a verse. Alright, come on guys, it's been twice. It's only 2 songs. I played like 15 songs for you guys. Screwed up 2 of them. That's all they remember. Cancel everything I just said about being easy on yourself. You must be hard on yourself. People are judging you harshly all the time. Never choose happiness. Just kidding. Just kidding. Yeah, sometimes people make mistakes, you know? It's better that I try to sing the song and I gotta restart a line rather than to just say, no, I'm not doing it. I haven't sung that in 6 months, so I'm not, you could forget it. That's poopy. Don't be poopy. Be cool. That's my new t-shirt. Don't be poopy. Be cool. If you can't get behind that logic, then I don't know. You might be living wrong. Also, don't listen to me. I'm not a life coach. I'm just spouting off stuff at random, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true or helpful to you. Sometimes you just gotta say that. You gotta let people know. Don't listen to me. I don't read. That's not really true. I do. I read a whole lot of books last year. Not so much this year, but I've been busy, you know, doing the thing. The bard can be the female panda. The male panda must be enraged. Yeah, the male panda can be the one with the big keg, and the female can be the one that's got a lute on her back. She brings out the old lute, or a harp. Starts playing some support songs. Gotta have a buff song in there. A debuff song in there. I don't know. What kind of kit would that be? What do you guys want to see? I think we need more buff champions. I think that the way that the game is formatted right now, as long as the buff champions aren't also doing a lot of damage, then we can basically have an unlimited amount of buff champions and it won't ever get too crazy. Because if you put too many buff champions, you're just nerfing your own damage when you get to the third person on your team that doesn't do damage. So I think that's fine, right? They can just keep adding options. Buffers for sure, bud. I wonder if there would be any merit into eventually having somebody do a team buff that is also nerfing your own team in some way, but obviously a trade-off that's worth it. But the main buff that you're getting is so much stronger that if you play it right, it's really good. And if you play it wrong, it's really bad. Adds a little dimension of skill to the game. I would like to see that. Not that there's not already a dimension of skill, but Sure. We will use a potion. 50-50 each time the ult is activated. Pick between buff or debuff. Ooh. I'm not sure I can get behind that because I want to know. Maybe I'm a control freak. Silent Tetrapod says, at least you're saying I'm terrified to do karaoke this weekend. Well, you know, like I said, you just got to do it. And if you're afraid to do karaoke, my advice to you is do the most silly song that you can think of. Usually I sing I Believe in a Thing Called Love by The Darkness. And if you're familiar with that song, it's a pretty strange one to see a big burly dude come up and sing. Then it takes the pressure off. They don't expect you to be perfect. And yes, I can hit that top note if I'm in good voice, as they say. You guys are going to make me try to sing that one. Luckily, I cannot play and sing that one at the same time. I can play that one, and I can sing that one, but I can't do it at the same time. So you're out of luck. If you sing, it's going to be Poker Face. That is also a song that I know on guitar, and I'm not sorry. Sometimes I like to pick the obscure ones. Songs you would never guess that I would sing. Because I have rights too, you know? I'm an adult. I can do what I want. If that means that I want to sing Katy Perry, then I can. Which I don't actually know any Katy Perry, but I could. You're not in charge. It's my choice. Spy Fox says we got male Ugrel who hurts himself to deal damage. But that's a dookie ability. It is. Not super worth it. We're getting there. We're already on 17. Can you believe it? Can you even believe it? I do know Zombie by the Cranberries, although I'm probably not super great at doing that one. But again, these are songs that I am reluctant to sing until I know more about the legalities of doing it. I know that I don't get in trouble, but if I'm like paying them half of my revenue for the stream every time somebody does a claim, I'm not really interested in doing that, and I would rather find songs or make up songs. Last time I made up a song, it got off the rails real quick like. That's right. If you don't believe in love, what's the point? Snagga says, here but not here. Thanks for the dono. Dropping donations like it's hot. What a guy. What a supporter of the channel. Allowing me to be me. And once again, helping with the old fundraiser for the computer. The old computadora. Snagga shows up and everybody's like, Snagga! He's a popular guy, a popular figure in the Rage Panda 1 community. Inagata Davida. Yeah. Feel like the Immigrant song would be a fun one. Just basically screaming my lungs off. I don't know. I like to do funny songs a lot of the time. Because I like comedy. You know, I like things that make me smile. I believe it's a great way to stay in shape. Snagga says, hey peeps, stupid work is stupid. No sound at the moment. Got a couple of jobs left to do before I can come chill. Well, we're just going to have to extend the stream a little longer so that Snagga can get some enjoyment with all of the homies. Well, Jimmy, I understand just a little bit of the Spanish, but not a lot. I spent a couple of summers in El Paso with my grandparents. Took a couple of classes in the old high school. But other than that, no, not fluent. In fact, I'm feeling fine. My man is from Puerto Rico. Let me ask you something. I have heard from people who are from Puerto Rico that it's really annoying when people refer to you as the wrong kind of a Spanish person. Is that super annoying? Michael Painter caught the little joke in there. Yeah, I slipped that one in there for you. You know? Just left it hanging there and didn't address it. Sometimes that's what you gotta do. Phone died and you just got back onto the stream. Who won the spin? Nobody won the spin because I didn't do it yet. Yeah, you know, the thing I said about not being perfect all the time and how that's fine? I'm just trying to convince you guys that it's okay that I'm screwing stuff up. And just trying to give myself a little extra leeway. Jester Jack was at work singing Gaga's Remember Us. Remember Us This Way about a month ago. Doubt the restaurant full of people expected that. You know. Caught you off guard when they started cheering. Well, I'm glad that you did a good enough job to get those well-deserved cheers and adoration from your obviously new fans. Now you're going to be serenading them all the time, and pretty soon Adele's going to come tell you, give me money. I'm not bitter about that. I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny that it happened. Yeah, I speak a little bit of Spanish that's not very good myself. Not... No bueno. No me gusta. That's the best phrase. If anybody was wondering what the single best phrase in Spanish is, or Espanol, since we're trying to be proper here. No me gusta. That is the one. Oh, man. That reminds me of my Spanish class because they showed us a video to learn that phrase. I don't know why there was a whole video just for the one phrase. Probably just because it's fun. It's a very fun phrase to say. And then for weeks, everybody in school just ran around saying, no me gusta. And the guy in the video said it like that. And so it got to be a thing. It definitely got to be a thing. And in one of my Spanish classes, the teacher was sort of just doing an oral quiz. She'd pick a person and say, okay, how do you say this word? And then she got to the word no. And she's like, so, Amanda, do you know how to say the word no in Spanish? And of course, Amanda said, no. And then the teacher went, well, that's not very good. Have you been doing your work? And then the student, of course, said, no, like, it's no. It was a nice little exchange, you know? A little fun in the classroom. We all knew what was going on. But it was, sometimes you gotta throw a little extra comedy into those boring situations. I feel like I learn the best with teachers who are not so strict on going straight for the learning. Then again, I never paid attention. I always just did doodles. That's how good of a student I was. Michael Painter says, my problem is I learned Castilian Spanish instead of Mexican Spanish, so it's not much better than if it was Portuguese. Hey, he's over here speaking Portuguese. Yeah, there's all the dialects and everything. It can be... Language is weird. Does anybody else think that it's weird that even still, after all this time, people just speak such different languages? Like, even in the same 100-mile radius. They can be speaking multiple different languages. Like, can you guys just talk to each other and figure it out, please? I'm not saying it's my language that needs to be the standard, but I feel like we're getting close to the time where we need a standard language. I don't know. Maybe you shouldn't mess with culture, but it does seem like it would make sense if we messed with culture in that way. Oh, you guys. You guys are going to give me a lesson now pretty soon. I'm going to come out of this being the Rosetta Stone of streamers. As they say. Steel Spartan says, I'm 100% American and I hate English. So yeah, I dislike language in general. Language is full of a bunch of stupid rules. And a bunch of stupid people changing stupid rules. Don't get me started on the Oxford comma. Hey, I have an idea. Let's change a thing that's actually useful and contributes to sentences making sense. Let's take that and throw it in the garbage. Why? I don't know. And also, Pluto's not a planet. Is there anything else you like that I can crush? That's me doing an impression of science. Oh, boy. I'm glad you guys let me just completely go off the rails and say whatever the heck I want. Because just my brain works that way. That's the way it works. Yeah, 3 spellings for one word. Or let's spell things exactly the same but have them not be pronounced the same way. That's always a good one. That's a fun little trope. English. Oh, man. Michael Painter says, my favorite was a guy complaining at the lady in front of him at a checkout line. If you're going to come to our country, learn the language. She replies, I was speaking Lakota. Dang. If you're going to come to our country, speak our language. I never got that part. If you're going to come to our country, speak our language. I think that's a little bit dumb, a little bit extreme. However, having said that, I can't imagine moving to a country where I did not speak the language. That would be so stressful for me that I would not be able to handle that. So I'm not saying, if you move here, you gotta do it. But I don't understand not doing it. Because that would be so rough for me. Maybe I'm just not good at rolling with the punches like that. That could be. Oh, these stupid traps. Oh, hey, it's the boss. Easy. Easy claps, mate. Is it Jahim or Yahim? I don't know how to pronounce that, Mr. Parker. Grinding dungeon for breeding and vigor challenges. Yeah, when you get into the groove of grinding dungeon descent, it's fun. When you're looking at dungeon descent like, I gotta get this done, it ain't fun at all. So, that kind of goes into the thing I was saying about expectations with the companion gift exchange before. Manage your expectations and you'll be real happy. Someday, I hope I figure out how to do that. And definitely ain't on that track yet, boy. With the J, Jahim. Like it. I do not think that I've heard that name before, but I'm also not the most cultured person on the planet. But I like it. All right, lol bits. I am gonna I don't know what that is. Is that a weapon? Are you describing a weapon? Oh, because I don't get it. Michael Painter lived in Ukraine for 6 months. Most of them knew enough English that the crappy Russian was enough to get by. Well, that's good. I found that people who speak more than one language seem to have had something click where it's easier for them to learn further languages after. I think that's cool. I think there's some value in that. But the problem for me is being a Wisconsin boy, Where am I going to practice these languages? I'm going to come on stream and start speaking different languages? That's not going to work that well. We're all human after all. True story. That's one thing that I really like about the community that's been coming together on the Discord. Man, there's people from all over the world. And people of all colors and creeds. And we're all just enjoying the thing that we like together. That's it. That's all it is. That's all that matters for this community. And I think that's nice. Some people could do better to learn that we're better off as a team instead of being so adversarial all the time. I feel like I'm preaching this stream. Don't come to me for advice. I don't know what I'm talking about. I suppose I don't need to click on any of those, huh? We're skipping. We're just skipping it. Practice in the Discord voice chat. Yeah. You right. You right. Jester Jack, now you're just making stuff up. Yeah, vote for Panda. He'll give you bad life advice. Oh, don't make life decisions based on my words. I am not a guru. I'm the I'm the one YouTuber who's going to come on here and preach to you guys and then say, "Also, don't listen to this. Do not listen to what I'm saying. Make your own choices. Be your own person. I believe in you." We're doing it. I think this is about the end of the dungeon descent, and you friends in the chat are going to have to decide if you want to do something more after, or if you're just satisfied and you're ready to go nut-night. If you're ready to go nut-night, that's fine. That's totally fine. But for sure, I want to thank everybody for being around while I did my dungeon descent, because I didn't want to do it. And if it wasn't for the stream, I probably wouldn't have done it on this reset. So thank you guys for giving me a reason. It was a good reason. Jester Jack says it means nice to meet you. Well, nice to meet you as well. How about that? Silent Tetrapod says, I'm up until 6 a.m., so night-night. Well, night-night to you, my friend. Thank you for all the support you have given the channel in the past. I shall never forget you. Hope to see you in the next one. Snagga says, got to start over again because he missed everything. Morgan Tate. Well, if I'm not supposed to listen to you, I'm going to have a hard time following the stream while I'm doing chores and annoying tiny creatures. That's fair. That's fair. Morgan has changed my mind, everybody. You must listen to me all the time. I will be the new guru for you. Come to me for all your life advice. If you need a free reading, call me now. Nobody recognizes Miss Cleo. I know there's not a single person in chat what remembers Miss Cleo. Only 6:41 p.m. for Storm Williams, living the life in Alaska. Richardson Scott has the nice hearts with the beautiful colors. Those are some of my favorite colors. Jester Jack says, learned in River Falls, Wisconsin. Well, hey, I guess maybe a Wisconsin boy could be cultured after all. Maybe I'm just not the one. Lolbits would like to do more, but the others may or may not. Jimmy Horatio says, thanks for making my workday bearable. See you later. Also check your Discord. I will check my Discord. High Priority says, I remember when she got arrested too. I don't know if I know what conversation you are in the middle of, because I never remember what I just said. Maybe you're responding to me. Chris Hart says, I'm 42 years old, Panda. I know me some Miss Cleo, yeah? We're close to the same age group, so call me now. I love how she said that. She was also a massive con artist and robbed people of a whole lot of money and gave them false hope, but that's beside the point, you know? Those people, they knew what they were calling into. The old infomercials. Yes, yes, Michael, I am saying psychic reader commercials are old. I am approaching 38. Not quite there yet, but on the cusp. Maybe I'll tell everybody when my birthday is. If I have a birthday stream, I better not tell Jordan about it or he's going to be slinging dollar bills like it's something to do. That man is crazy sometimes. I don't know if I can do a Jamaican accent, and I'm reluctant to try without practicing because I don't want it to be a thing where people are like, oh, that's racist. But I could say, call me now. That's about as good as I could do. Make it rain on the panda. I mean, I guess if I gotta get out the camera and start dancing, $20 is $20. Oh, that ain't right. That's not right at all. Chris Hart says, old gang. Yeah, actually, a lot of people in my demographics are the, what is it, 25 to 34? Is that the demographic? So Miranda is one that does not fit into that, but I haven't heard from her lately. I don't know, maybe she dropped to the stream. Sad face. Blazin says, I got singles. Fire it up. Let me see what those black and white stripes do. Oh, Kai. Well, you're still older than me. Just barely. I still see things from 2000 and think of them as new. Bro, for real though. I remember one time when I was a kid and my mom still had like an 80s haircut or something. And I said, Mom, it's the 90s. Come on. You gotta change your hairstyle. It's so outdated. Which, you know, was pretty rude of me, I guess. But I was right. And now, the 90s is so far gone. I think of the 90s as like, oh yeah, that's like 10 or 15 years ago, right? No. No, it's much farther than that. The real mistake is when you feel like it's 10 years. You hear about a 1998 and you're like, oh yeah. Yeah, I remember that. That was just the other day. No, it was not. That was very long ago. And then people do these comparisons where they're like, well, actually, I don't know if you know this, but the 1950s was actually closer to 1985 than we are now. So, yeah, those people. You know those people. They do the Back to the Future thing. When he traveled back in time, actually, that was closer to that time than it is now. I hear that one all the time. And I say, leave me alone. You're driving me crazy with all of these facts and science. Let me crumble to dust on my own. Alright, so are we going to try to do something else around here? I can't exactly fire... Oh yeah, I was going to show you my World of Warcraft character. Does anybody still care to see that? Does that matter to anybody? I can do it. I could certainly do it. I don't know if I have an update. I haven't even been playing that game, so... Spin for the next review. That's a good call. Need to do that. Hey, Chris Hart, buddy, you don't need to say stuff like that. You don't. You just take that comment and you just find somewhere else to stick it. You're making me feel old. You're making me feel so old. Oh. I don't know, guys. It's not that bad getting old, right? It's fine. Oh, of course, there's a little update. We'll see how that's going. I'll spin while that's doing its thing. Get a little spinneroni going. Wheel of names. I think I got one or two people that needs to be added in. Try to keep it as fair as possible, but, you know, if somebody gets missed, like I said, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. All right, we got, I think Blood Wolf needs to be added. The old Blood Wolf. He's just a woofy boy. And Rajagul. Silly comic book creators making names that are just not real. That's just a collection of syllables. What have you done? That is not the real thing. All right, I think that's going to be everybody that needs to be in the thing. I do wish that I could change my aspect ratio in the middle of streaming. It makes sense to me why I cannot do that, but it would be nice. All right. Is there anybody who is in the chat now who has not signed up on the Discord and would like to be added? If that is the case, I will need you to join the Discord after you tell me that you want to be added, but I'll type you in right away. You've got a matter of seconds to make that decision. All right. So we're going to switch on over to the Wheel of Names. Shane, are you not on this? I thought you said you were going to bed. Oh, I don't know if you're already on here or not. I don't know if I just added you again. Let me see. Oh, well. I'll look at it later, because we're just going to spin. Blazin', I'm sure you're in there. You gotta be. I'm sure that Blazin' is in here. Now I'm giving you guys a chance to, like, cheat the system, and I hope nobody's doing that. Snagga says this is not a bribe. It's looking like a bribe. It's feeling like a bribe. Alright, maybe Blazin' is not in there, so we're going to put always Blazin'. I don't think that I saw you in there. Maybe I've typed you in on one of the other stream ones. Alright, here we go. We're clicking to spin. I hope that you win. But only one of you gets to, so probably not. Don't get your hopes up. DHB, the homie, getting the win. So I'm going to go ahead and let him know on the Discord. I'm going to switch back to this screen. I don't want to be showing off all my other Discord chants. Might have to keep a couple of secrets here and there, you know? At DHB. You win the account review. Congrats. He did it. We got a winner. Whole bunch of congratulations here going out to DHB. And I hope that if you're not here, you do happen to... Oh, hey, there he is. Oh, look at that. He's in the chat right now. Look at the guy. Did we summon you? Did we just summon you with the spinner? Or were you lurking? Were you lurking, my dude? It's good to see your name in the chats. For sure. Speaking of the chats, look at all these members, guys. This is awesome. Nobody needs to feel obligated to become a member. That is not a requirement at all, ever, for anything. But I do appreciate all the people that got the names. It's really, really cool to see. And so is the donation from Snagga. But guys, don't consider that a challenge to have to donate to me, because you don't. You don't have to do that. Never. All right, I think my thing is updated, so I'm going to try to get it onto the right screen. Again, I don't get to actually change my aspect ratio, so that can be a bit of an issue. But I think it's going to be fine. Should be able to make it work. All right. Time to make it windowed mode. It's going to be a little bit of a weird aspect ratio. little bit weird, a little bit awkward. But you'll forgive me, right? I appreciate that about you. Lolbit says, sigh of relief. I actually had some luck finally because it wasn't ready to show the account. Oh, well, that's good. That is indeed good. All right, let's see. So this is my main character right here. We got the light hammer. Hey, don't disconnect me. Don't you dare disconnect me. I disconnect you. That's what I do. Game. Jeez. Got the old poot. The old poot. My daughter named this one, who her transmog's all messed up, but her name's Tutorbutt. I did build this PC, but I built it too long ago, basically. Now I gotta find my character. Probably on the old Destromath. You guys are gonna think this guy is hilarious looking, because he is. There he is. Fetus Christ. Oh boy. You know, that's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. So, a lot of people have asked me about this name. I probably shouldn't even mention it because people always say, oh my god, that's racist. How could you do that? Now, guys, this guy is a dwarf. Number one, this character is also like 15 years old. But this guy is a dwarf with a black beard, and I wanted to name him something like Blackbeard, but he's a rogue, and all I kept thinking was Jackie Chan. Now, get off my back, okay? Not everything is meant to be a negative, bad thing. So just chill, would you? And then, of course, we got Earthworm Jim. The old Doorid. Skeeter Beam. I'm always proud of my names, you know? You gotta have some good names. Filthy Hoobs. Got a little Filthy Hoobs there. So, I don't know. I just thought you guys might think it's funny with the Fetus Christ. He's that's a little bit of comedy for you, and I apologize. He is an actual fetus. Oh, I'm gonna have to start being more careful if I ever get more popular. Otherwise, it's gonna be a Twitter fiasco. Michael Painter says, I know how that feels. Imagine having the nickname Raccoon and being called out loud by said name in a Walmart in Texas. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. I should work for GOAT in the naming department. Yeah, you know, I have contributed some quality names to guildmates before. I don't know if I'm the best for the job, but I like to have a little fun with it. Get my free spin. Hey, Morgan Tate with the big donos. We got, what is that, $20 Canadian? Is that what the CA means? I know things. I'm cultured. Tiny creatures now cleansed. I was told there was a homeless panda looking for a computer to live in. That would tell me a fortune and make me feel old. Oh, yes. If you need any life advice, you just earned it with that donation. I will make any one decision for you in your life. And then I am not liable for the consequences. The audacity, the absolute audacity to send us a satisfaction survey after they bait and switched us. Oh, I tell ya. That was a very nice, concise recap in the chat dono. And thank you. Man, you guys are going crazy with the donations today. We got members popping up. We got all sorts of stuff going on. I love it. Absolutely love it. I feel sometimes I try to play down how exciting it is to get donations because I don't want to I don't want to encourage people to do it if they can't, if it's not going to make them happy, right? If you can't afford it or whatever, I don't want to steal your money from you. I just want us to be happy and be friends. But dang, it feels good. Oh, getting support, feeling it's like, just getting supported is good. That's all. Look at all of these people that just joined. There's no way that that link to the server is a dead link. Michael Painter says the link to the survey is a dead link. I'm clicking it. Bruh! It is a dead link. You're absolutely joking me, mate. You've got to be joking me. I can't believe they've done that. Am I offending somebody by doing that accent? Because I don't know what that accent is, but I just did it. That's like, definitely in the UK. And I'm sure the people in the UK will say, well, yeah, that's obviously from this area. It's gotta be British. It sounds like if British people were living in the Jersey Shore. If anybody's from the UK, tell me, did that sound like your version of Jersey Shore? Because that's what it sounded like to me. About as ridiculous as the event F-up. I agree with that. Oh, but what are you going to do? We can't rage against the machine too long. At some point, we got to accept it and move along with our lives. But I will stand firm that if they push back the Devala or they screw that up, we need to do something big. We cannot let that come to pass. That would be taking too much advantage of us. They know what we want. There's no question about it. Yeah, we will definitely not buy. Like I said, I got like 240 stones or something on her. And I ain't gonna do it. Just not gonna do it. And where's my story? They're like, no, you can't have the story. If you did the story, you might actually get some stuff for free. Like 10 extra stones. You don't get the story. You could give us dollar bills. How about that? How about you give us dollar bills and then you can have your Gultung. Absolute jerks, mate. Ooh, do I have any of these that are... If I have a couple of copies of these, I might be able to make them into a usable state. I don't think I do. You know what? Probably better to look for these people in the altar. You got the story? I didn't get the story. Maybe it'll just come in the next day or two. Alright, I have a female Naga, so that's not going to be ascended at all. And then I have a Galabar of each kind, so that's not going to be ascended at all. So basically, it don't even matter. I guess... I don't know, bro. I don't know. Boom. Easiest wins. Nice. That's actually one of the better things I could have got just because I can't ascend any of these people. I'm nowhere close on the companions. So getting the hot intimacy items, super strong. Super duper strong. Check the Saros tab. That could be a thing. Look at that. You did it. You used wisdom and smarts. I guess that's fair. I don't know why I didn't do that. Maybe because it's not always in that tab and sometimes it's in the other tab. So, I guess that's good. I don't think I got the voice for the story mode, but maybe we'll do that on the next stream. Go through the story. Do the dramatic review. Or dramatic reading, I mean. May as well get our free stuff from that, I guess. Absolute bonkers that they did this. I am just so not happy. Oh, I should just not look at it, though, because it makes me not happy. I don't know. This battle pass is like, specifically for getting the Gultung is okay, but I don't think it's great. And I don't think anybody should buy it right now, that's for sure. Panda voiceover of clan history. I don't know. Nobody wants to hear it. nice reward at least. Well, I think that playing through the story, obviously we should all play through the story and get our free stuff. We should all get our free stuff for these things, but nobody should be spending. Nobody who cares about the future of the game will be spending. And if you do, I mean, that's your choice, but I think it's a bad choice. Super bad. 7-day quest on the second one for everybody else? I think so. Yep, they just did it wrong. It did start 4 hours ago. Alright, people are trying to vote for a panda voiceover. I don't know. The panda lady voice is one of your favorites? Panda Attenborough? Oh, you guys are funny. Snagga says, you can have my Bloodline monies because they poo-poo. Well, thank you. Thanks, Bloodline, for being poo-poo and earning me a little extra cashola, little money in the pocket here and there. Everybody votes yes. What is this, some sort of democracy? I do value the opinion of the people. I sure do. I think that everybody is equally important. Does that say thug oligarchy, or am I just not able to read? Because we out in here in the streets, boy. We drop it in like it's high. You know you're going to watch this panda do his thing. It's your boy. Am I doing... I've just been laughed at from behind me. Apparently. That's not the way. They're just like, not out of you, boy. Not out of you. You ain't supposed to sound like that. Do you put your champion that leveled in the Ascension? Well, yeah, to get the free stuff. Get the free stuff. Take all the free stuff from them and then pay $0 for anything. Don't buy this part. Collect all of this part. That's what I would do. Might makes right and money makes might. True. And violence makes money, apparently. And if you ask me, that bait and switch was borderline violence. Not really. That, ladies and gentlemen, is called hyperbole. Thank you for coming to my learning session of this information. Man, I can't believe you guys are donating to me. I keep looking up and I see them in the chats. And I just want to say thanks again while I do this thing. I feel like we're... Oh, man. No, not slow mode, please. I feel like the reading might be better for the next stream because I'm going to be streaming again this week. But it's up to you guys. Snagga's gifted memberships out here. All right, fine. I'll lose the top. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's a joke. There's no camera. NSA, stop. Don't shut me down. This is a joke. This is not a real thing. I just get excited. So when you guys say the dramatic reading, are you talking about the whole story mode? Or are you talking about just their history page? Because I saw somebody say of the history. Oh, Snagga. What a guy. Occasionally I think of that song that I made up for you, and it makes me laugh. Either or. I kind of want to play the Jackbox games, but I can't. I would have to restart the stream, basically. Definitely down to hear the champion history. Panda's OnlyFans account. Hey, I'm not above it. I'll pull a... What is the guy's name? The Avocado Man? Didn't he do that? I promise mine will not be as painful to the eyes. That's rude. I'm not trying to body shame. Everybody chill. Relax. We're all friends here. Oh, where do they say the thing? Probably in here, right? Clan story for the Gultung is a good one. Kai says, show feet with the $5 donation. I mean, he donated $5. I have to. I absolutely have to. Actually, I think YouTube blocks that content. I'm not going to lie. I think that if you say show feet and I were to show feet, they get mad about that because it's a fetish thing.
Oops, wrong chat, he says.
Oops, wrong chat. This guy. You want the whole 10 stages? Is everybody up for it? That takes a long time. I don't know if my voice is up for it. But I do want the people to be happy. Well, that's not the history we want. I thought this used to say their actual clan history. That is Doo-Doo Butskis. The panda slippers would come in clutch. Need to get that on the merch store. If anybody has not seen my merch store, it is linked in the description, and there's a couple of funny shirts. But again, don't ever buy anything unless it's super comfortable for you, because I don't want to be the cause of any misery. That is not my role in life. That is not who I choose to be. I'm glad that the stream is working, and I'm not losing... Oh, they changed it. Now there's different rosters. I'm too lazy. Not doing it. Not doing that right now. I just can't be arsed, as they say. Alright, so on the other account I did this one, and then on another person's account I did this one. Then I go up. Dang it. Dang it all. Yeah, Snagga has posted a couple of pictures of the shirts that he has gotten. And they sure are comfy. Storm Williams says, have a good night. Need to focus on homework. Hope to be back next time. Lots to learn about the game after being away for so long. Well, you know, we would love to have you in the next stream. I don't know exactly which day that's going to be, but probably on the weekend. Miranda is back. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do the dramatic reading today. I just am not feeling it, you know? My voice is a little wonky. I got stuff in my throat, which I'm sure you can hear. And last time I powered through that, it was, you know, the actual clan summons. And this time it's them doing a bait and switch, and it feels less worth it to me to punish myself. But I definitely will do it on the next stream. That will be a guaranteed thing. Besides, I gotta have some content for the next one. I already did Dungeon Descent on this one. I can't do the same thing in the next go round. So I guess then my thing would be, if you guys want to play some Jackbox games, I would have to start the stream again to be able to do that. And then maybe we could do that for an hour or so. Otherwise, I'm gonna hop off and try to chill, because I do still have to make a video tonight. So those are gonna be your choices. What are you feeling? What's it gonna be? The queen is here to visit her king. Let the anime romance begin. Let's not get carried away. I don't know Kai that well. Kai says the mouse pad's really good quality. Now, Kai, I believe you're the one who had the issue with the broken mug. Have you been able to talk to them about that? If they don't fix that for you, I'm going to buy you a mug. And I'm going to send it to you. Because ain't no way you're going to spend that money and leave without a mug. I ain't having that. D. Schroeder, I'm feeling that. Feeling that. No, not yet. Well, do your best to get in touch with them. We're going to get you taken care of. You're going to like the way you drink. I guarantee it. So I do have to do a video tonight. I'm probably going to do a champion guide because they're somewhat quicker to do. And since I just put 4 hours in on streaming, I think that's the way to do it. What champion would you guys like to see the individual guide for tonight? Let's get those votes rolling in. I know that the champion guide videos don't do the best on their first initial release because, especially with the older ones, people are like, I don't care about that. That's an old champion. A Strixbane? F-Lux? I think I have an F-Lux one. It's probably not in the same style. Female Gultung? Yeah, maybe I should do the Gultungs, but then I feel like I'm promoting this nonsense, so that's the only reason I would not do that one. Zace? Yeah. Zace is a good call. Maybe get that female Zace tested out a little bit. Some people expect me to be able to build and test fully every single character in the game, and it's like, how could I possibly do that? What are you talking about? I could finish those videos in about 17 years if you want me to have to fully build every character. I do have a sort of guide video on the male and female Gultung, but they're not. I don't think they're like an official individual guide video. Do the Orast out of protest. M-Lux. Don't I have a video on M-Lux where I say don't use this champion? Pretty sure that I've said that. Now, I really do want to make one for the male Lux where I actually build him out and try to make him good. Because if I can make him good, then you guys can't keep hurting me with him. Oh, see, now that would be the most ideal. I think it's probably going to be one of the Zace. I don't know which one. But I think that's the suggestion. Because the crit stuff, you know, it just changed. So having some good information on that would be good. The female Yevnayan would be another good one. I could actually test her out. See how her crit is being a little bit better now than it was before. Because it was definitely not good before. Always Blazin says it can't be done. You cannot make the male Lux good. I don't think that's true. I have a little bit of an idea. Number one, you need to have AoE damage. Number two, I think you also want to have the female Luxuriant in the team. Because her ability on her passive says you're doing your enemy reduction for each skill released by the succubus or incubus. So I feel like that could be a little extra bonus there, unless it's just worded wrong and they're stupid, which has happened in the past. But even still, it's playing into the same thing, doing the charm and the banish together. And then aside from that, you need people who are going to do damage, and you want people who are going to be grouping the enemies up, because if you're banished, you can still be hit by AoE damage. So male Samir is going to be great for that. I think he's going to accomplish all of the things that we want him to be able to do. And I need to find a couple more people that are going to sort of do the thing that I want them to be doing. I think that possibly one of the Nagas could be good, like the female Naga could be relatively decent, although I worry that doing the crowd control on them, on the enemies, with these two is going to make it so you're not getting hit as much as you would otherwise, and then that reduces the effectiveness, and that's not so bueno. But I don't know. I still gotta think about it a little bit. Obviously, female Devala could be an option in there, but I don't even have her on this account, so that ain't gonna be the one. Get Panda to make a different, potentially successful male Lux team in each stream. Well, potentially successful does not mean that they're going to be definitely good. Let's just make sure that's clear right away. I'm not sure how the lightning ball and her ultimate works on banished targets. I imagine the lightning ball would do damage and the ultimate probably does not. Even though it's a big, wide AoE, I think the individual lightning bolts target people, and therefore it probably would not do the damage. But, I mean, you're looking at a decent team there. 2 Samirs, get her in there, both of the Luxes. It's probably not the worst. Probably not great. Snagga, how dare you? First of all. First of all, how dare you? PS Guy 3 says, finished my Dungeon Descent. Any other good ways to stock up on Intimacy? There are great ways to stock up on Intimacy through the value packs, but they're not always going to be available. These companion packs are not what you want. These are not the way. You want the ones that are going to actually have the rings, earrings, and lockets, and you want to buy the $5.99 packs. They're the cheapest packs. They come with 50 of each, and it's the most Intimacy per diamonds that you can get outside of the 90% off Goblin deals. So that's how I do it. That's usually what I spend my diamonds on, unless I am buying might packs to get summoning stones. So hopefully that is the answer that you're looking for. We hope. The best way to make male Lux effective is to feed it to the male Aeson. You got that right, boy. You got that absolutely correct. All right, last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do my my mini games. I don't know if I've even done it on this one. Oh, I'm not going to make it into that one. Oh, I already did it on that one. Rip. And I'm at my max banquets. Life is hard. Yep, I already did it on that one too. You're out of luck. I tried to find an extra couple of minutes for you guys. D. Schroeder says, that's what I did. Plus Aeson, minus Lux. Yeah, guys, you should let me rest. I would like to do Jackbox, but maybe we plan that for the weekend. I was thinking it was more of a weekend thing anyway. And then I can just start the stream in the aspect ratio that lets that work. Unless you guys absolutely hate that. And then I guess life is hard and and that's just the way it is. I feel like restarting the stream to do it is rough. And probably loses the majority of the viewers doing that. Aspect ratio is fine in the last one. Yeah, it's weird and different, but I think it's fine. Depending on what screen you're looking at, it doesn't even make a difference for some of them. Friday night stream. Hey, Snagga, why don't you talk to me in American and tell me when Friday night is for you? Because last time we got our wires crossed on that a little bit. Do you mean my Friday night? Because if you mean my Friday night, we might be able to make that work. My Friday night is your Saturday morning, right? Michael Painter, I agree with that. Weekly Jackbox is good, but more than that, people might get bored of it. There are a bunch of other games. Like, there are literally tens of games. But I don't have them all. I do have access to all of them if I wanted to, but... My Friday, your Saturday. Well, that's going to be tentative. I don't know what Kahoot is. Well, I know what Kahoot is, but I don't know, like, how to play that or what playing it entails. I know it's a thing they use in schools. But as I've said, I am crumbling to dust as we speak because of my age, so... So I don't fully understand. I know that it's got a lot of players. Is it worth spending diamonds on Intimacy preference chests in Dungeon Descent? I think that you are talking about these ones, and I would say no, it is not worth it. And the reason is because if you just keep doing Dungeon Descent, which you should be doing, you're going to get all of these champions, and over time you're going to be maxing them out anyway. And so spending diamonds here is kind of like spending money on the game. It's going to speed up your progress a little bit, but it's not necessarily the most efficient thing that you could do with your spare resources. I would rather just be getting the might packs instead of that, or the $5.99 intimacy packs. I think the best deal you can get for these chests is you get like 5 of them and it's 500 or something. Does that sound right to you guys? But when you buy the $5.99 packs, you're getting usually over 300 intimacy, depending on how your random ones roll. So you're just straight up going to get more if you save those diamonds for the other thing. If you're using these for the intimacy portion and not just unlocking dudes. Even if you're unlocking dudes, I still wouldn't do that though. If that makes sense. Even a boomer can get it. More bullshit out of this actual fetus. Oh, good night, Ricardo. I'm going to be hitting the old dusty trail myself. I had a lot of fun this stream. I'm glad you guys came out and were very fun and supportive because, I don't like it when Goat Games does the crazy bull hockey that they were pulling. So, for now, I want to thank you guys for watching. I have been Rage Panda 1. And I will see you possibly Friday if Snagga wins his little thing that he wants me to do with this stream. Bye for now.